Test, 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 test. My 16.
Welcome to the May 12th special call meeting of the Zebulon Board of Commissioners. This meeting is now called to order. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Motion passes. Thank you. New business. A, East Wake Asphalt Plant Quasi-Judicial Hearing Special Use Permit. Before we begin, I would like to ask each member of the board to confirm that they do not have any fixed opinions on this application. If anyone has a fixed opinion, please raise your hand. Seeing none, I would like to ask each member of the board to disclose any ex parte communications. An ex parte communication is any discussion, whether written, oral, between a member of the board and potential party or witness in this proceeding. If you have had any such communications, please raise your hand and you'll have the opportunity to disclose those communications. Hearing none. Next, can each of the board members confirm that there are no close familial, business, or other associated relationships with any affected party? Hearing none. Finally, can each member of the board confirm that they have no financial interest in the outcome of this proceeding? With that out of the way, we will now proceed to the public hearing. Because this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, all witnesses must be sworn in prior to providing testimony. Please understand that this is not a public comment period. If you wish to speak, you must provide factual, competent testimony for the board to consider. This is not an opportunity to simply express your opinion regarding this application. At this time, I would like to ask anyone who is planning to speak or provide testimony other than attorneys to come forward and be sworn in.
Everybody to come up here in a line. We're going to try to do the swearing in at one time. I'm going to ask you a question. If the appropriate answer is yes, please respond with a "I do." If you would, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you are about to give this board in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Director Lauer, please come to the podium and present your information. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners and members of the public. Excuse me. Just as a brief introduction tonight, why are we here? What is a special use permit? Each zoning district has a list of permitted uses, but there are some uses in that list of permitted uses that the UDO crafters have determined require extra scrutiny. The scrutiny could be to ensure things like compatibility with the surrounding area and the minimization of potential negative impacts. The application of this extra scrutiny is done through a quasi-judicial hearing, and should the special use permit be approved by the Board of Commissioners, it's issued in the form of a special use permit. The decision tonight is based on evidence presented at the hearing only. The property in question tonight is owned by East Wake, LLC. The address is 1444 Old US Road, Old US 264. It's a little over 17 acres, and it is currently zoned as light industrial. This map shows the light industrial zoning and the zoning in the surrounding areas. But zoning is not planning. Zoning is how we implement our comprehensive plan. And the future land use map, which is the geospatial representation of the comprehensive plan, shows light industrial as the future use for this site. This slide shows that the town has satisfied its public hearing requirements per the UDO, its public notice requirements per the UDO. And I'd like to read through briefly the standards in which a special use permit should be considered against. 1, it will not materially endanger the public health or safety located where proposed. 2, complies with all required standards, conditions, and specifications in this ordinance, including Article 4 uses. Number 3, will the special use not substantially injure the value of abutting property, or special use is a public necessity? 4, will it be in harmony with the area in which it is located? 5, is it in general conformity with the town's adopted policy guidance? And 6, does it include a concept plan that accurately depicts the proposed use's configuration? Ms. Stewart and the applicants here tonight, and we'll talk about the site plan in greater detail, but this is the site plan that was submitted to the planning department. The applicant has also provided 6 conditions in their proposal. Staff would like to point out that 3 of these conditions we would enforce anyways. It requires the UDO, but we've listed all 6 here. The applicant will talk about this, but I will briefly outline all 6 for the record here. Number 1, the applicant will meet all requirements of the UDO. Number 2, all material stockpiles shall be no taller than 30 feet. Number 3, vehicular access driveways shall be paved and/or dust-free. Number 4, no certificate of occupancy shall be issued until all federal and state air quality permits are obtained. Number 5, the applicant will conduct semi-annual emissions inventories for the first 4 years of operation, and this is beyond the required annual inventory. And number 6, after completion of operations, the owner will perform a phase 1 environmental study and remedy issues identified in that study. Tonight, as Board of Commissioners, you have 4 options. You can approve the special use and concept plan as proposed. You can approve a revised or amended special use or concept plan. 3, you can deny the special use concept plan. Or 4, you can remand this for further consideration. The hearing can stay open or closed. We've also included 3 sample motions, what an approval motion would look like, what a denial motion would look like, and what a continuance motion would look like. With that, I'll turn it back to Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Director Lauer. The applicant, the floor is now yours to present your information. I'm sorry. Board, do you have questions for Director Lauer? Okay. Applicant, the floor is now yours to present your information. Each witness will be first questioned by the applicant or their attorney. Then the board will be permitted to ask any questions. And finally, any other parties who are participating will have the opportunity to ask questions. Any documents submitted must be submitted to the clerk to be included in the record. When you are speaking, please ensure you speak into the microphone in front of you. If we cannot hear you, we will interrupt and ask you to speak closer to the microphone. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is LaRon Bird, and I am a civil litigation attorney at Morningstar Law Group in Raleigh, North Carolina. In that role, I have the distinct pleasure of representing not just businesses, but corporations at the state and federal court level. With me this morning are 2 of my colleagues. One is Molly Stewart, who is an experienced real estate and land use attorney. And the other is Jeff Rother right here, who is a very seasoned land use litigation attorney. We all represent, again, the applicant, East Wake LLC, who is proud to bring this proposal this evening, especially in light of the continuances recently. Our presentation will begin with an overview of the applicant and proposal, as well as an orientation to the site and surrounding areas. Next, we will walk through each of the standards to be met for a special use permit for an asphalt plant under the requirements of the Unified Development Ordinance. In doing so, we will walk through competent, material, and substantial evidence showing that each standard has been met to ensure that we have met our statutorily required burden for not just compliance reasons, but approval of our application. Given our desire to have this permit approved, I'll go ahead and forecast that you will hear from, as you saw, several people here today. Folks who are not just leading this project, but again, as you saw, experts who are more than qualified to speak as to why this special use permit application should be approved. With that in mind, I'd like to turn things now to my colleague, Molly Stewart, who will introduce some of the folks who we'll hear from shortly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Harrison and members of the board. Molly Stewart, Morningstar Law Group. I would like to begin by requesting that all of the board's packet materials, our application, the staff report, our presentation slides, any correspondence you may have received prior to the hearing, as well as your handouts this evening, be admitted and made part of the record for this hearing.
You're asking for which correspondence to be part of the record?
Any correspondence received on this topic prior to the hearing?
Anything related to the asphalt plant application?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you. We also have a number of expert witnesses this evening, and because we will be following sort of the order of the standards that are given in the ordinance, rather than going by expert, I think it might make sense to bring each of them up in turn and have them qualified and tendered as expert witnesses. So with your permission, I will go ahead and proceed to that now.
Yes, please do.
Thank you. I'd like to invite all of my expert witnesses to come up. So I'll ask each of our expert witnesses, one at a time, to please provide some background regarding their education, any certifications, their experience, and their role in this project. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Reinald Stevenson. I am with...
Could you please repeat your first name? Lionel?
Reinald. It's R-Y-N-A-L. Everybody's heard it before, unless you know me. Yeah, Reinald Stevenson. I'm with a company named DRMP, and our company prepared a traffic study for this special use permit application. A little bit about myself. I've been practicing traffic engineering and civil engineering for over 26 years now. I have a degree from North Carolina State University, a bachelor's degree in civil engineering. I also have a master's degree from NC State in civil engineering. I'm also a registered professional engineer in the state of North Carolina. And as I mentioned, our firm and myself did prepare a traffic study for this application and project before you tonight.
Thank you. And Mr. Stevenson, for the record, you have been sworn in. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
I'd like to tender Mr. Stevenson as an expert witness in traffic analysis and engineering.
Hi, my name is Garrett Otten. I'm also a civil engineer. My name is Garrett Otten. I'm also a civil engineer with Withers Ravenel. We perform the land planning and civil engineering design for a preliminary concept plan that you'll see tonight. I also have a degree from North Carolina State, a bachelor's degree in civil engineering. I've been practicing for 20 years in Wake County and across the state of North Carolina. Also have a professional engineering license in North Carolina.
Thank you. And Garrett, could you please confirm that you have been sworn in? Thank you.
I tender Mr. Otten as an expert witness in civil engineering and site design.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Richard Kirkland with Kirkland Appraisals. I'm a North Carolina State certified appraiser, been appraising in North Carolina for just over 30 years. I also have the MAI designation, which is the highest designation put out by the Appraisal Institute, and involves advanced studies, peer review process, and national testing to get that designation. I also have the ARA, or Accredited Rural Appraiser designation through the American Society of Farm Managers and Rural Appraisers, which is another advanced appraisal designation that I've earned through that organization. I'm state certified, like I said, in North Carolina, but also 17 other states. Most of the work we do in other states would be similar to what we're doing here tonight, which is impact analysis, which we've been specializing in for the last 20 years. I'm happy to go into greater detail, but that's my role.
Lynn, could you please confirm that you have been sworn in?
I have.
Thank you.
And I'd like to tender Mr. Kirkland as an expert witness in real property appraisal. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Jonathan Hill. I have a degree in meteorology or atmospheric sciences from North Carolina State University. I've been working as an environmental consultant for Trinity Consultants for 26 years, almost 27 now, primarily working in air quality permitting and air dispersion modeling. So my role in this project has been focused on the development of the air quality permit application that's submitted to North Carolina Division of Air Quality and the associated air modeling analyses that have gone along with that.
Thank you. Mr. Hill, could you please confirm that you have been sworn in?
I was.
Thank you.
And I'd like to tender Mr. Hill as an expert witness in air quality permitting and modeling. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Zemba. That's Stephen with a P-H-E-N. Last name is Z-E-M-B-A. I'm a consultant with Sanborn Head Engineering and Geology. I got a bachelor's degree a long, long time ago from Carnegie Mellon University, and a master's degree and a PhD from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Those are all in the field of mechanical engineering. I am a registered engineer, but in Massachusetts. I have been doing health risk assessment consulting for 35 years, and I'm here to speak about potential health risks associated with emissions from the asphalt plant. I'll be building on Mr. Hill's testimony and taking an extra step.
Thank you, Mr. Zemba. For the record, could you please confirm that you have been sworn in?
I have.
Thank you.
And I'd like to tender Mr. Zemba as an expert witness in health risk assessment. Thank you. And if you wouldn't mind, please confirming that each of our expert witnesses has been accepted.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Well, we appreciate your patience as we got some of that housework out of the way. I'd like to next invite Mike Nolan. He is the president of Sunrock Industries. That is the parent company of Eastwake LLC, our applicant, to tell us a bit about the company and operations that will help guide our discussion this evening. Can I use the,
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today in front of the board. I want to tell you a little bit about Sunrock Industries. Again, my name's Mike Nolan. I'm serving as the president here at Sunrock. I've been in this industry for 22 years, predominantly in mining, ready-mix concrete, hot mix asphalt, liquid asphalt, bulk storage and sales, and contracting. Sunrock is a 76-year-old privately held Raleigh-based company. We've been in the construction materials industry during our entire 76-year history. We are a construction and construction materials company. We operate aggregate quarries, we operate ready-mix concrete plants, we operate hot mix asphalt plants, and we also perform contracting services related to road construction, site grading, and utility installation across the Triangle. We operate 21 such sites in the Triangle, and when we talk about our business, we really like to highlight three things. We feel very focused and very proud that we are a good employer, we're a good corporate citizen, and a good neighbor. We employ 750 team members across the Triangle who are performing essential services for our communities with high-paying jobs that offer full benefits. We want our folks to feel very good about having worked at Sunrock, so we offer 401ks and 401k matches because we want them to have a good retirement, be able to provide for their families. We have a safety record that stands out in the industry. In our 76-year history in a very dangerous industry, mining one of those where 28 fatalities were registered last year, in our 76 years, we've never lost a team member. We've never had a team member not be able to return to work. And that is the first and most important measure we feel, of our success as a company. We're a good corporate citizen in that we have an exceptional environmental record. We have a full environmental staff of professional engineers, and we take our obligation to, first, our employees, our team members, and also equally to our communities very closely and seriously. Our team members work in very close proximity to our plants, and our focus is to spend another 200 years with no fatalities, no major injuries. We're also a good neighbor. We've not registered violations in our sites, and in fact, we've operated a site very close to the subject property for many years with no violations or complaints. We operate a ready-mix concrete plant one parcel over from this parcel. It's a plant that you may not know exists because it's tucked away behind a business, and because of our corporate stewardship and our focus on being a good neighbor, we've not had complaints or violations at this site in the entirety of our operations. We're very happy to be here. We're happy to engage our neighbors, to engage our elected officials, and to engage staff, to be very open and answer any questions you may have, and also to dispel any potential misconceptions about our business, which exists throughout the Triangle. There are many such facilities like ours in Wake County that operate every day in very close proximity to businesses, to residences, and to even to restaurants and parks. But thank you for your time. Look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you.
All right, I'll do a quick tour of the area for context, and we'll jump into those special use permit standards. So why don't you get started by highlighting some of the surrounding uses. Just down the street is the Zebulon Asphalt site that was recently granted a special use permit in this area. The site is also adjacent to the Little River wastewater treatment plant. And note the railroad that runs through the site, that straight line cutting it into two pieces. This proposed operation would be entirely north of the railroad and not operating south of the railroad. And that railroad is a main line for the Norfolk Southern Line, which serves the Morehead City Port. And this stretch of Old US 264 is a thriving industrial district extending in both directions along that street from the subject site. All right, so we'll get into our 6 special use permit standards for which we will provide evidence this evening. As noted, we'll provide competent, material, and substantial evidence on each of these standards. As you will soon see, the first 2 standards in particular require quite a bit of evidence to be presented, and a disproportionate amount of our time this evening will be spent on those first 2 standards. Each of those 2 standards is, in fact, sort of a set of nesting dolls. So we'll have levels of sub-standards and sub-lists under those 2 standards. So if it feels like we're taking a long time with those 2, just know that we will pick up velocity as we go this evening. And my primary role here as we go through these standards will be to do my best to make it clear where we are on this map at all times. These 6 standards that you see on your screen, I'm going to go ahead and call these the top 6 so that we know where we are when we find ourselves in our sub-lists here shortly, just so you'll know where we are. All right, so that first standard, the use must not materially endanger the public health or safety if located where proposed. And I want to highlight those words, materially endanger. We've certainly heard generalized concern, and so our goal, that isn't obviously something that we can directly address. There will always be concerns and questions. However, what we can do is provide competent material, substantial evidence on this point and show that this use will not materially endanger public health or safety in this location. And we've had to actually reach a bit to try and answer this one because asphalt, as well as its production, are not known to be dangerous. We live with the material every day in our roadways, our rooftops, our driveways. It is not a listed substance by the EPA. However, we will address concerns that have been raised, if not in connection with this request, then more generally in connection with industrial uses. In order to provide a common language for the types of controls that are being provided. I'd like to invite Mike Heitzman from Sunrock up here to walk you through the functions and the features of the proposed plant.
Good evening, board members. My name is Mike Heitzman. I'm the Vice President of Asphalt Operations for Sunrock Industries. And I want to take a moment to just familiarize everyone with an asphalt plant, how it operates, and what safe measures we have there to protect not only our employees and our personnel, but our neighbors. So if you look at the top of, just going to walk you through it briefly here. If you look at the top of your screen there, you'll see the aggregate bins. That is where our virgin aggregate sand and stone is introduced. It is metered in onto the belt across the screen deck and into that long black tube there, the drying drum. Over on the left-hand side, you'll see another bin. That's where we introduce our recycled asphalt into it. Exact same process. It goes across the screen deck and into the drying drum there. In that drying drum, we are looking to remove all moisture from this product. In order to make asphalt, it has to be 100% dry. Once it is dried, it moves into the mixing chamber. That's where the liquid asphalt is introduced into it. Again, mixes internally, up the drag, into the silos, and ultimately loaded out onto trucks going out to neighborhoods, roadways, whatever infrastructure is needed in the community. But the most important piece of this picture here is the dust collector, or as we call it, the bag house. So as the material is dried, material is any dust, any airborne particulates are drawn into this bag house. Think of the bag house much like a vacuum cleaner at your home. When you suck up the dust from your floor, that vacuum cleaner has a bag in it. All of the dust adheres to the bag, emitting clean air back into your living room or whatever you're vacuuming. This one has 672 bags inside of it. As the dust adheres to the outside of that bag, a pulse of air goes down into it, releasing the dust, drops down into a screw. We have to maintain that dust in our mix, or it will not be a quality mix for the roadway. No airborne particulates, or very minimal, can get through this bag house and be emitted into the air. When people see an asphalt plant and they see this plume, they think automatically we're in danger because of particulates. What you're seeing there is steam that is being drawn out of the drying drum, pulled through the drum, through the bag house, through these bag house filters, and then emitting clean air that does not endanger either our team members or our neighbors. Any questions for me about the operations of a bag house or an asphalt plant?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions from the board? Commissioner Roa? Mayor Pro Tem?
None at this time, ma'am.
Commissioner Davis?
No questions.
Commissioner Adams?
No questions.
Commissioner Baxter?
Not right now.
Thank you.
Make sure any other parties who are present also get the opportunity to ask questions of any witnesses.
As Dan said, would like to ask any questions at this time to this. Yes, sir. Please come to the podium. You can come right here and speak into this microphone.
Up your computer here.
Mayor, Jeff Wood for the applicant. At this point in the proceeding, there are no other parties. I'd like to just note for the right and object to any cross-examination. So the applicable procedures under 160D-406, it's the applicant, the local government, and any person who would have standing to appeal a decision under General Statute 160D-1402C have the right to participate in the hearing. So
the party would have to establish standing.
Yeah, it's a separate standard as to whether a person can come up and testify, or as to whether a party can hire a lawyer or cross-examine witnesses. So at this point, the applicant and the local government are the only parties, and we would object to any cross-examination.
I think there's an attorney here representing, why don't you go ahead and indicate who you're representing and what sort of standing you believe you're going to be presenting evidence on tonight.
I'm here representing, my name is Alan Swain. I brought with me today retired Judge Abe Jones. He was running a few minutes late from the legislature, so we're glad to have him. We represent Brooks Machine, and Mr. Reggie Brooks sitting right here. He owns the machine shop and the plot right beside where the proposed asphalt plant is. And he has brought several witnesses with him that we can identify at the time, but they were present to be sworn in when you were swearing in a group.
And just to clarify, is your contention that Mr. Jones is going to be, his property is going to be affected in some way that you're intending to present evidence on tonight?
Judge Jones is a lawyer.
Yes, sir.
We're just here together.
So you're representing a property owner?
I represent a property owner who is also the owner of the business there. So it's not just that he owns a property, he owns the business that will be directly impacted by this asphalt plant.
The questions you're asking are intended to establish injury sufficient to establish standing as a party?
Yes, I think that asking the questions of whether you get into a direct cross-examination or not, but at least asking the questions of especially the slides that you put up, I don't see how they're not relevant.
I would advise the board to allow questions and testimony from this party or this entity so that they can elicit testimony to establish their standing and proceed that way.
Do it. Go ahead.
Objection for the record. I do think it hasn't established its standing yet, so we'll note that for the record. Thank you.
I think in order to establish standing, they're going to have to present.
I think one way we could proceed is to have our witnesses testify, and they can establish their standing at the end and question witnesses later if they needed to.
But just for efficiency's sake, if there are witnesses on the stand, I feel like there should be an opportunity for people who are...
Speak into your microphones, please.
I'm sorry. I think if there are witnesses on the stand, for efficiency's sake, it would be it'd be allowed for parties who contend that they are presenting evidence of standing to ask questions to elicit that testimony to establish their standing.
It is
establish injuries.
I don't think standing is going to be a problem once we get our side to testify. The challenge is you asked if there would be anybody else that would have a question, and I would have a question on the last document that he just put up on the screen.
And I think allowing a party or someone who contends that they will suffer special damages and thus would have standing to ask questions to elicit the testimony to establish that standing.
So the cross-examination will be limited to the issue of standing. Is that?
I think to start, you should focus your questions to establish standing, and then, but part of that is establishing potential special.
Let me make sure I understand what the council's asking. Okay. I don't know how I can establish standing on cross-examination of his expert.
I think as long as
limit
you're
my
able to
questions
present
to cross-examination of establishing standing for my client from his expert is oxymoron at the best.
I don't think you need to establish standing through your questioning, but your questioning should at least be geared towards showing the impact on your client's property that you believe gives you standing.
Absolutely, and I'll be more than glad to ask that. State your name again. I didn't write it down.
Mike Heitzman. Yes, sir.
It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. If we had to go back to that plant there. It says at the top, is that typical hot mix asphalt coating plant?
I would say that is a typical hot mix asphalt plant, yes.
And is that a plant that your company controls?
It is not.
Okay. Do you know where that plant is?
I do not know where that plant is. That's a ADM plant, stock photo, but I do not know where that plant is located.
Is that a new plant or a plant that's in operation?
I would say that is a fairly new plant, judging, but just looking at it, I do not know the answer to that question. No.
And when you labeled everything on there, is it true that everything on there seems to be painted a bright yellow or a bright white as far as down there where it says truck weigh scales?
Yeah, that is, so when you look at the bright yellow, that's standard for our asphalt plants as well as this one. Those are handrails, safeguards, any pinch point will have a yellow guarding around it.
Truck weigh scale, that is for trucks to pull onto and get loaded up full of asphalt?
That's correct.
And the weight there would be from a tare weight of an empty truck to a full weight of a full truck or however much you put on there? That's correct. Okay, and is it your observation there are no tire tracks at all on that truck weigh scale?
I would agree.
And is it seem plausible to you if it was an operation at an asphalt plant, there might be some asphalt or dust or something on tire tracks that would be leaving tire tracks on that track?
They could have been cleaned before this picture was taken. Our scales are painted red, not white. But if we took an aerial picture after they were cleaned, they look the same.
No steam or smoke or anything coming from that plant, do you?
I would say it's not operational at the time of this picture.
No more questions from this gentleman.
Do we have any other board questions? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. So on the topic of the protection of public health and safety, there are 4 subtopics, and this is the first set of those nesting dolls that I mentioned. Those topics are air quality, traffic safety impacts, unauthorized access to the site, and impacts on water resources. So we'll begin by addressing air quality. And within air quality, emissions will be controlled and monitored through 4 methods. Up front, there will be regulation, permitting, and modeling to ensure that the future facility meets all standards. The site design and operation will, of course, follow all of those regulations and seek to minimize any impacts. Once operational, there will be reporting as well to make sure that everything is actually operating as designed. And of course, the location matters as well, and we will address that. So to begin with the first of those methods, the air quality regulation, permitting, and modeling. What you have on your screen here is a list of various applicable regulations and standards. And I'd like to invite John Hill from Trinity Consultants up to discuss these standards, take us through these, what they do, whether there's a permit involved, will this use meet the standards under these regulations, and what would happen if it didn't?
Thank you.
Good evening again. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. So in order to construct and operate a facility like this asphalt plant proposed, the applicant must first receive an air quality permit from the Division of Air Quality, North Carolina Division of Air Quality. As part of that process, a detailed application is developed, and that application includes a description of the project. It includes a regulatory analysis of the various regulations that apply to that project, and then any other supplementary analyses like air modeling that might be required as part of that process. For the size of the facility that's proposed, it falls in what DAQ considers to be a synthetic minor source, which means they do have to obtain a permit, but there may not be quite as many air modeling requirements as what a major, like a huge power plant or something would be required to adhere to. But what's shown on the screen there are just a handful of the regulations that DAQ has issued that basically dictate how the facility should be operated, how emissions should be reduced and controlled. And there's a combination of those up here that are shown. The 15A NC admin code that's presented, those are state regulations. And then things like 40 CFR up there, Part 60, those are federal regulations, as is the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. So starting there with the particulates from hot mix asphalt plant code, North Carolina, basically what that says is to operate this facility, you have to install a control device on the main emission source that we saw in the picture earlier. That's the dust collector, or the bag house as it was referred to. So that's required to be constructed and operated at all times by the Division of Air Quality. In addition to that, there are provisions in there under the standards for performance for hot mix asphalt facilities that you also have to control and reduce fugitive emissions, or emissions that don't come out of that dust collector, basically emissions from storage piles, from conveyor belts and other material transfer roadways. So what the permitting process requires is for you to minimize any of that sort of what we call visible dust. So that can be paving the roads, that can be watering any roads or sweeping roads frequently, just keeping the material on site so you don't see it fly up in the air and fly off site. The main bag house, that's the control device that controls the dryer stack that you saw there. That's required to be operated at all times, and that obviously basically eliminates all that other large dust and leaves you with just some very fine particulate matter. So each of the regulations that are shown on the screen there basically establish a set of operating procedures and controls that have to be met. And once you obtain an air quality permit, there are ongoing testing and reporting requirements that are spelled out in that permit that make you basically certify compliance with that permit at all times. If you don't, there's a regulatory process that you go through where they can seek punitive action against the facility. But as Mike was saying at the very beginning, the applicant has a long track record of that. So anyway, basically then, the federal rule that's up there that I want to call attention to is the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, which EPA requires you to meet at the property line and beyond. Because this is a synthetic minor source, there aren't really specific National Ambient Air Quality Standard modeling requirements that are established. Because the emissions for particulate matter are generally considered very low from these facilities and well controlled. However, in this case, the applicant did perform some voluntary air modeling to show that particulate matter impacts from the facility would be well in compliance with the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, or NAAQS as they're called. So that modeling was conducted in a pretty conservative way, assuming that all the sources at the site were operating 24/7, 365 days a year at their maximum production, which in reality for a facility like this, that's just not, that's a gross overestimate. It's not going to operate all hours of the day all year long, or at least at the maximum rate. So that modeling showed that impacts were about 35% of the National Ambient Air Quality Standard, so roughly a third of the standard. And as such, that breathable dust or that small particles that come from the site would not pose any public health concern downwind. The regulation up there, 2D1101, pertains to the control of air toxic pollutants. National Division of Air Quality, North Carolina Division of Air Quality regulates 92 toxic air pollutants, and depending on what your facility emission levels are, that dictates how many you have to model. In this case, we had to do air modeling for 6 air toxic pollutants, and the maximum impact from any of those was about 30% of DAQ's established standards, which they call the allowable ambient level, or AALs. If you cannot comply with any federal regulations, or you cannot comply with those AALs I just talked about for toxics, a DAQ just won't issue a permit. You can't construct or operate the facility. So between the combination of developing the application, getting it approved by DAQ, and then they'll issue an air quality permit that you have to continually follow all the provisions of, including ongoing reporting and testing requirements and things like that.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board? Ms. Whitman. Commissioner Rowell.
Yeah, Mr. Hill, you mentioned visible dust in your report. How far, in your expert opinion, does the visible dust travel normally?
Typically with visible dust, I mean, it's minimized, but on a really windy, dry day, you may see some dust. You may actually see it like kicked up from the road, but very quickly as it gets, and a lot of this goes to site design, which we'll get into later, but you're talking about hundreds of feet maybe, where, because it's heavy, so it wants to sink back down to the ground as soon as it can.
So the visible dust can travel hundreds of feet?
100 or 200 feet, I would say.
And what are the 6 pollutants that you mentioned? There were 6 pollutants here in the testing. Mm-hmm. What were those 6 pollutants?
And we're going to get into more detail on that later, but they are nickel, arsenic, cadmium, hydrochloride, HCl, formaldehyde, and benzene. Those are the 6 regulated TAPs that we conducted modeling for.
So I'm not a chemist.
Sure.
But can you just tell me what arsenic is?
So arsenic is basically a metallic compound that attaches to particulates and is also, which are present in just the soil and rocks and things that are sort of processed through at the asphalt plant. And so they get generated from that process.
And this is in the visible dust that could be breathable hundreds of feet from the plant?
No, this is coming out of the the dust collector stack.
Okay.
So it goes up into the atmosphere and then disperses downwind.
So
And
it
that's
travels downwind.
It does, and you have to, so what the regulations are require you to do is by the time it gets to your property line, your facility property line, it has to be below the established standards by DAQ.
Okay. And breathing that in is not dangerous?
No. So the AALs that DAQ establishes, the acceptable ambient levels, those are basically thresholds that they establish based on health effect data, other scientific analyses that have been done. They establish those values and then apply actually a safety factor to that.
Right.
And that's sort of the cap. So anything below that they consider would not endanger public health. It's safe.
But if I'm standing there just breathing it in, am I going to get sick or not going to get sick?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. You would have to be exposed to concentrations above the standard for a long period of time before you start to have effects. And in this case, you're required by law to be below those standards at all times.
Okay. Now, we're going to have, Madam Mayor, opportunities to ask the other experts or come back around in a circle for questions. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Any other questions?
No questions this time, ma'am.
Commissioner Davis?
No questions.
Commissioner Adams?
No questions.
Commissioner Baxter?
Will any portion of the visible dust reach any of the adjacent properties?
I'm sorry, repeat that question. I didn't hear the first part.
Will any of the visible dust reach any of the adjacent properties?
Most likely, no. I mean, they're required.
Most likely, but possibly yes?
In a rare circumstance, it could be possible, but there's provisions in place. If there's any dust visible or whatever, they can call the state.
Are you willing to enter into the record the modeling report that was performed and the results thereof?
Yeah, that's.
That report has been entered into the record and is in your handouts.
What page, please?
So if you go to, this is the memorandum. And so the modeling is discussed on page 4 of 5. And then there's a very robust.
Sorry, did you say 4 and 5?
4 of 5, sorry, page 4 of 5.
You have that?
No.
I don't think we have that.
I'm not seeing that. Could you please perhaps bring that around so that we can see what it is that you're talking about?
Text, so it's kind of described in this paragraph on page 4. Oh, this is, it's in the blue memorandum.
This is a blue memorandum, sir.
Yeah, no. Okay, so go to page 4 of that. Oh, you're two-sided. Okay, so.
So what page is that, Commissioner Baxter?
It's the second page.
The second page on the back side of the memorandum.
I didn't realize you had two-sided.
No worries. Thank you.
And then finally, you stated that the pollutant values would have to be extremely high over a long period of time for there to be any negative consequences. And would that also be the same, that there would be no appreciable amounts that would build up or perhaps accumulate in, like, say, bloodstreams or any other kind of biologically significant way that any members of adjacent properties would have to be concerned with over time?
Sure. So when DAQ establishes standards for these 92 toxic air pollutants, as I mentioned, there's a combination of short-term, like I can walk out the door and smell it, acute as they call it, and then also long-term, which have annual averaging periods associated with them, which is what a lot of the metals do. So when they establish those long-term standards, those annual standards, basically they're saying that this is a safe level over a year, and that has been established from a review of lifetime exposure data, so 70-year lifetime values.
Okay, and were those tests performed on rats, adult males, adult females, minors? Tell me what those testing models look like.
So I'm going to defer the second part of that question to our other expert who has a lot more experience with health risk assessment, that kind of data specifically. But those are all established by EPA studies. Most of them are laboratory studies. They're not out on just random people.
Okay. And I'm so sorry, I have one more question. And so you test for 6 pollutants. How many pollutants are there in the emissions that come off of the facility in total, even though you're only required to test for 6?
So I'd say model for 6, not
Model
test
for 6?
Yeah, model for 6, yeah. So basically, I don't have the exact calculation sheet in front of me. It's somewhere between 40 and 50. And these are all just like trace amounts. You just, if there's an emission factor in the EPA's database, we calculate emissions for it, whether they're actually present or not. We go ahead and calculate them.
So much.
Sure.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from other parties?
Dr. Hill, is it? Hey, how you doing? That last couple of questions there, that was based on a report you read. You're not a medical doctor, are you?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part of your question.
Not a medical doctor? Okay, so the question she had about breathing and lungs, that was based on something you'd read or something you'd understood, but not on your practice?
That's correct.
Okay. Does this plant or proposed plant already have an air quality permit yet?
No.
Or rules up here, CFR, code, right on down, these different ones we've done. Is that specific to this site, or is that just a general code?
So the 0506, the ones that say from hot mix asphalt plants, those are specific to this type of facility. And then the others apply, like the control of air toxic pollutants, the NACs and all of that. That applies specifically to any industrial facility.
And you say specific to these type, but not specific to this property?
Well, as an asphalt plant, those would apply.
Okay, and isn't it true that an asphalt plant by definition is heavy industry?
You could say that, yeah.
In that, okay, and you agreeing to that? Okay, and your purpose here today is trying to get the exemption for a heavy industry asphalt plant into a light industry parcel, correct?
I'll object to it. Let's characterize it as testimony. It's not the subject of the application.
Let me rephrase the question. Is your purpose here tonight to get an asphalt plant located at this piece of property?
My purpose here tonight is to explain the air quality permitting process for a hot mix asphalt plant.
And this piece of property is actually in the middle of a lot of light industrial. And we heard earlier in the opening remarks from your attorney that there is an approved asphalt plant down the road, just a ways across the road. Is there actually an asphalt plant there?
I'm literally speaking from an air quality permitting expert.
Okay.
I'm not going to speak to all the land use in the area. That's not my area.
We'll hit that one with somebody else then when they come in.
Yeah.
But the other question, you talked about visible dust. If you don't see something, it can actually be there too, right?
Right.
If you smell something, there's actually particulates in the air that your sinus picks up, that your brain registers that there's something there.
Perhaps.
I mean, if you smell gasoline, particles of the gasoline have entered your nose, so you can tell in your brain, you say, oh, there's some gasoline here.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah, odor is very specific, individual. Like it's different for everybody, but yes.
But there has to be a particle of something there for you to pick up to smell it.
An air molecule, yes.
An air molecule of some sort. If you smell asphalt, there's something in that asphalt that's actually in the air, correct?
Yes.
And none of these rules were designed, or that you know were designed for something with robotic medical equipment being made next door?
No, these are all, the whole purpose of the air quality regulation program is to protect public health.
And of the different chemicals that are released, methylchloroform is also released at an asphalt plant? Formaldehyde? Toluene?
Yes.
Xylene?
Yes.
Methyl chloride?
Yes.
Manganese?
Yes.
Mercury?
Yes.
Carbon disulfide?
Yes.
No more questions this time.
Maybe a question.
We have one more question from the board. Commissioner Roa.
Sorry, I'm processing as I'm going to ask you. I only asked you about visible dust, but I think he made a good point there where if you can smell it, but you can't see it, how far in your expert opinion would, you told me about 200 feet for the visible dust, how far in your expert opinion would the odor transfer or go from your professional opinion?
Well, odor, it's really hard to answer that question because odor is so, it happens suddenly. Not everybody smells it. You know, some people smell things, some people don't. It's just not, there's not a rule of thumb for whether you're going to smell something the same way I smell something. So it's hard to gauge how far it will go. The things that you can't see, and we'll talk about the NAAQS PM modeling, particulate modeling we did. That is basically breathable dust you can't see, but is in the air. And that's what we're showing well below any appreciable standard at the property line.
Let me ask you a question. Let's say I'm 300 feet away, okay? And I live there, 300 feet away. Will I be smelling it? In your opinion and quality, I won't see the dust because it's 200 feet, it's more than 200, but will I smell it?
It's possible you can smell it at some time, but it's not, I mean, it's completely dependent on the wind and a million other factors. It's hard to give you a specific answer to that.
Thank you.
Can I just ask two questions on earlier?
Jeff Rother for the applicant. Sir, you mentioned that there were six things that were modeled, but potentially some other substances. Can you explain why only 6 are modeled if there are more substances involved?
Sure. So, as I said, DAQ regulates 92 toxic air pollutants. They regulate them and establish what they call screening concentrations, or toxic permitted emission rates, is what TPERs is what they call them in the regulations. So there's TPERs established for those 92 toxics. If you're below the TPER, there's no further toxic requirements assessed the applicant. If you exceed the TPER, which we exceed the TPER for those 6 compounds I mentioned, you exceed the TPER, then you're required to model to demonstrate that you're well below the standard.
So the subject matter of your testimony is public health and safety, correct?
Correct.
All right. Is there any risk to the public health and safety from odor?
No.
Okay. Nothing further.
If I may recross just briefly. The units that we're measuring in, we're talking tons per year, correct?
Of emissions, you mean? Yes.
Thank you.
Offered conditions of approval to our application. You heard those from Mr. Lauer earlier, but I wanted to note that there are 6 conditions offered, and the reason that there are those 6 was to follow the model set by the previous special use permit for an asphalt plant in this area. So we did follow that model here in creating these proposed conditions as well. Condition number 5 that is offered does actually increase the amount of inventory reporting necessary. So we talked about the fact that there is sort of upfront modeling, there's site design to implement that, and then there's ongoing reporting to ensure that it's actually happening. For the synthetic minor air permit, the requirement is for an annual inventory report, and our condition would require that semi-annually for the first 4 years, just to make sure that it actually was designed and is operating correctly. Now I would like to call Mr. Steven Zemba from Sanborn Head and Associates to discuss more about the potential health impacts of the emissions.
Before you do, may I ask a question,
Dexter.
please?
Okay, thank you.
When you talk about the emissions inventory that's performed, is that performed by an independent company or is that an internal audit?
We'll need to turn to one of our expert witnesses to answer how that happens.
Thank you.
Want to remind the board to please let me know when you want to speak, and I'll acknowledge you. Thank you.
The question was about the testing that's performed or the reporting that's required, or what specifically was the question? I'm sorry.
Commissioner Baxter.
The emissions inventory that is performed and that according to the conditions will be performed more than is required by, are those performed by an independent firm or are those internal audits?
Typically, those are performed by an independent firm, and then they are submitted to the state. Talking about annual emission inventories, those are submitted to the state for review and approval.
Thank you.
Good evening again. I want to go into some points that go a little further than Mr. Hill did on some of the air quality issues and some of the health risk assessment issues. And I'm going to start with a...
Mr. Zimba, could I have you speak a little more directly into the microphone?
Okay, is that better?
Not really.
Not really, okay.
There you go. Thank you.
I'm just going to have to
There you go.
get very close.
There you go.
Which I'll do. Okay, I want to speak a little bit to where some of the data come from the air pollution indices and things of that sort we've been talking about. Asphalt plants have been studied for a long, long time. There are about 150 of them statewide at various places in North Carolina. And it was recognized very early, this is a 1968 publication, that there were dust issues associated with asphalt plants coming out of that main stack of the dryer. And that's why these bag houses were developed. And you can see the difference, the importance of having that bag house. That if you didn't have a bag house, the emission would be 5 pounds per every ton of asphalt you produce of particulate matter. With the bag house, that goes down to 0.005 pounds per every ton. So that's a control efficiency of 99.9% of the particulate matter being stored in the bag house versus getting into the ambient air that would be there. It is the main source of pollution. That's why Mr. Hill talked about the particulate matter standards being important here. And it's the one that the state's going to look at. The new source performance standard, which they'll have to meet for a new bag house, will also come into play because that's kind of the most important thing with a hot mix asphalt plant. And I wanted to put up some data. This is from one of Sunrock's plants. They're required to do this emission testing to make sure that they comply with the new source performance standard. That new source performance standard is that 0.04 grains per dry standard cubic foot that you see on the very right side in the second row. That's what they have to beat. And when they test this plant, you do something called method 5 to test it. It's an EPA method. They test it out at 0.001 grains per dry standard cubic foot. It's a very good performing bag house, and that's characteristic of the industry and other sources. Now, bag houses have gotten very, very good. They're at 2% of their allowable level. And you can sort of see what that translates into in emissions per pounds per hour. It's about 0.2827 pounds per hour. If you want to scale that up by the number of hours per year, that's where you might be able to get to maybe a ton or two of particulate matter. I can't do that math in my head, but that's what you would get to. I wanted to talk a little bit also about what comes out of any pollution source. And apologies to the chemistry lesson here I'm going to give you. But when you burn any fossil fuel, and that's what they're doing in the dryer, is burning the fossil fuel to dry out the material, you produce, from a hydrocarbon, you add oxygen to it, you produce carbon dioxide and water under ideal conditions. If you don't have quite ideal conditions, you produce some pollutants, and that comes out in some of these emission factors. But I wanted to compare that to if you took a sample of air. Everybody knows air's 78% nitrogen, 20% oxygen, right? It's mostly nitrogen, which is not very reactive. There's also other things in air, a little bit of argon, believe it or not, about 1%. And tiny, tiny levels of pollutants also. The yellow highlighted items up there are pollutants that we look at. 3 of those are the criteria pollutants that Mr. Hill talked about: carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxides, and sulfur dioxide. And we're only talking about the gases here. We're not talking about the particulate matter. That was the last slide. And also volatile organic compounds, they get lumped together because they will participate in photochemical reactions in the atmosphere. But you can see what dry, clean, ambient air would have. But you can also see then next to that the hot mix asphalt plant. And that's after you've burned a fuel. And when you burn a fuel, you're increasing the amount of water. You're also increasing the amount of water quite a bit by drying out the material. So there's water from the material, there's water from combustion of the fuel. There's also carbon dioxide that you'll produce. So carbon dioxide in clean air is about 420 parts per million, or 0.042%. It goes up to 2.8% in stack emissions because you're producing it in the combustion equation. And the other point here is that nobody breathes this directly. It gets dispersed in the atmosphere. Comparing that to the last line there, you can also see what happens when you burn gasoline in your automobile. You also produce some levels of pollutants, elevated levels of carbon dioxide, less water in this case, but there's still some because you're not drying stuff out, you're just producing it from the hydrogen. If you look then at the carbon monoxide, there's more carbon monoxide in car exhaust than there is in the emissions from a hot mix asphalt plant stack. That's if you had your nose right in the stack, because this will disperse to levels that are below those ambient air quality standards. So all combustion processes are kind of similar. They're going to increase the amount of water, increase the amount of carbon dioxide. They will have slightly higher levels of pollutants than ambient air will, but that's the importance of dispersion and the type of work that Mr. Hill does with looking at that dispersion to see if those are below those safe ambient air quality standards. One of the things that was mentioned before was the water vapor. Water vapor is 20% or so in a hot mix asphalt plant effluent, and air can hold maybe 2 to 3% water. So that's why that stuff condenses and you form that steam plume. I think that's all I have on this slide. Yep. Okay, I wanted to graphically show, I think they're in Mr. Hill's report, but I wanted to show the comparison of these modeled impacts to the standards that are designed to protect public health that have been developed by the Department of Air Quality. So on each of these graphs, on the left side is the facility impact. That's the highest level that's going to be produced by the plant, and that would be at any off-site location and for the modeling study. And on the right side in the green are the ambient air limits, allowable ambient limits, excuse me, AALs. And you can see graphically that you're only at very small percentages of each of those allowable ambient limits for the pollutants here, which are nickel, arsenic, cadmium, and hydrogen chloride. Same thing is true for formaldehyde and benzene. Again, at a small fraction of the allowable ambient limits for each of those chemicals. I think I have one other graph. I also wanted to point out that these chemicals are, because they're emitted by automobiles and all sorts of things, they are present in ambient air. So if you just compare the facility impacts to what's present in background, we're also lower than background for the formaldehyde and the benzene, which are kind of two common pollutants, but they are regulated because they are toxic pollutants. And again, that's mostly due to mobile source emissions, and I think, is that my last slide? So I'm open for questions.
Thank you. I will take questions from the board. Commissioner Baxter?
I don't have any right now, thanks.
Commissioner Adams?
No questions.
Commissioner Davis?
No questions.
Commissioner Roa?
Yeah. They gave us this map of the layout, right? Is there a way you can go back to the slide, like where that shows this on, up there on our screen? There is, what is that on the right-hand side running down? Is that a body of water that's there, or what is that? There's a little bridge over it.
Garrett Otten, that is an intermittent stream which will be protected by a 50-foot riparian buffer, so no impacts to that area, other than the small road crossing you see there, which will be permitted, and we'll address that a little bit later in the presentation.
Okay, so that's a stream, and then at the very bottom, what's at the very bottom? There's another body of water down there?
Correct. It ties into another body of water, but we don't have any impacts. That's on the opposite side of the railroad track, so no construction activities in that area.
Okay, thank you. For the doctor, call you doctor, right? You went to MIT. The particles emitted in the air, visible particles, 200 feet. Sorry. What happened? That's 200 feet away from the site, but the particles that are going to be on site that are going to fall into that body of water and the body of water on the bottom, as the health risk assessor, what is the impact to that water or the quality of the water or anything in that water?
Well, I would hope, and these guys can speak to this more than I can, that there would be erosion control to prevent that type of impact. Usually if you get stuff into streams, it's erosion that's the problem, not deposition of ambient particles.
In a health aspect, because that's what I'm asking you, is what happens if these chemicals fall into water? I take a cup and I drink it. Anything?
Well, in my experience, I haven't really seen that around hot mix asphalt plants.
Okay.
But theoretically, if you had a lot of them, it could probably make it hard for fish to live, for instance.
In fact, what you're saying, your testimony is that these chemicals in the water can affect the quality of the water.
They're going to be emitted. I just don't see those impacts at the levels that they will be emitted from this plant.
Okay.
You good? You good? Mayor Pro Tem? All right, Commissioner Baxter?
So your testimony is zero impact to wildlife and any other plants or filtration systems that occur naturally?
I would say it's not the right health effect in this case, but the plot's going to be very similar to this. If there's going to be some impact, there's always some impact. You can never say zero, but that level is going to be below what we would deem to be safe or acceptable levels.
For humans?
And wildlife, because humans usually get more sensitive criteria built in for them. I mean, we care more about us than we do wildlife. I hate to say it, but usually the human health data are more sensitive than ecological impacts.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roa?
I just want to make sure I'm clear. Okay. You're saying that there was no negative health effects to ingesting or inhaling this visible dust at these levels that you're showing in this chart?
Well, when you talk about the visible dust, I think you were talking about the fugitive dust emissions and the stuff that would go 100, 200 feet or whatever Mr. Hill said. One thing to note about that is that those are usually big particles. Visible dust are particles you can see. Okay. Those are the particles that don't get that deep into your lungs. I mean, they make you cough, for instance, if you get enough of it. But I don't think that, first of all, this plant shouldn't have those types of impacts because there are regulations to basically say if you have fugitive dust, you should be out there watering and doing other control methods if you can see the dust. Second of all, there are going to be bigger particles. When you get into particulate matter, the things that EPA cares about and DAQ cares about are called PM10 and PM2.5. particles that are 10 microns or 2.5 microns and smaller. The bigger particles, they clog up your nose, they're unpleasant, but they're not going to get deep into your lungs and get to the type of health effects that EPA cares about, the long-term health effects.
Okay. You see, the reason I'm asking you is that because if these particles can travel 200 feet, then how can these particles not get into that water? You're saying that there's going to be controls to not allow that water, to those particles to get in that water, but then they can get 200 feet, right? That's what I guess I'm trying to ask you.
It comes down to a question of what would cause these fugitive dust emissions, high winds, for instance, and conditions that are ripe for it. You haven't watered recently on your plant, which should be one of their best management practices.
Okay.
And I just don't see those being frequent enough that you're going to affect any nearby water streams. I think that something to think about is they already operate a cement plant.
Okay.
Are you seeing those types of impacts from the cement plant? Because the controls are largely going to be similar for fugitive dust.
And what about the trucks coming in and out off the highway to the site and back off? They're not going to emit any dust or any particles?
No, there are always going to be some emissions, but I don't think they're going to be very significant.
Thank you.
Mr. Davis.
And you said not deep into the lungs, and you're talking about the ratings. Would this be based upon a certain time frame? So if I lived in that area, resided in that area for a certain time frame, over the years, would I need to be concerned with?
PM 2.5, which is the small particle standards, they're meant for an annual basis, but they're really over a lifetime of exposure. So no, I mean, this covers both short-term and long-term periods.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I don't know if you're the one that need to answer this or not, but what kind of protection measures? I keep hearing the 200 feet out. What about inside that 200 feet? What kind of protection kind of measures do you guys have for the facilities for that?
Probably not the right person to answer that, but who has worked on EMPs? I can tell you what some of them probably are, but I'd rather have these guys answer it. The question is, what would be the dust control measures?
That, but also the effect that it's having on the employees. I'm saying if whoever driving the truck in or whoever works on that site, they're within that 200 feet. So can you help me understand the protective measures that you have in place for that?
Frequently it has to happen, but there are OSHA standards, Occupational Safety, Health and Administration, that these guys have to comply with. That those are worker protection standards.
We do have with us our operational managers from Sunrock Industries who can address how this facility would operate. Mike Nolan and Mike Heitzman from Sunrock.
We'll take a 5-minute recess. My apologies for that. Oh, no, I'll wait for you.
Thank you.
We'll reconvene where we left off.
The question was, what will we be doing to mitigate the airborne particulates from the roadways, trucks, things of that nature? Is that correct? Was that the question you had asked?
Of course, I was asking a question pertaining to the 200 feet, the impact the individuals that work inside that area. And what measures do you have in place to kind of take care of those guys? Just kind of get a better understanding. Once I get inside that 200 feet, what measures are in place?
Sure. So what we do is we run a water truck across the site to both wet the roads and the areas of the site that are not paved. Obviously, when dust is wet, there is no dust. It stays on the ground there. As far as the road's concerned, when trucks are coming in and out, tracking dust in, same idea, water truck on the roads, followed with a broom truck that comes around and sweeps any particulate off of the roads. When you look at our site plan, you'll also see that we have planned for a curb and gutter system to go around the perimeter of that site. So any particulates that would be on the roadway are either washed into the curb and gutter and down to a retention pond that's contained on our site, or they are swept up with a broom truck. That is how we would contain anything within that 200-foot radius that you mentioned there. A question that you had earlier, I did want to point out, and maybe not an expert witness in this, but something I can tell you that is factual. When you ask about the particulate matter getting airborne and then landing in a stream, so at our Durham facility, most of our facilities, we have retention ponds, right, that are meant to contain water and then discharge off the property as clean water. In those retention ponds, which are 150 to 200 foot from our operating asphalt plant, we have ducks that live on those ponds. Team members regularly go down and fish those ponds and catch healthy fish. So I think that's worth pointing out. When you ask about the wildlife, again, I'm not here to testify that we're not going to harm wildlife, but I can tell you at current active sites, there's wildlife that live on site.
Thank you for answering for Commissioner Rohr. So this water truck runs constantly? Is that what I'm to understand? Is continuously running to keep the dust down?
It is not continuously running, no, sir. What it'll do is that operator would run that water truck. When everything is wet, that operator would get off of that piece of equipment, get on the broom, sweep the roads. It's evaluated case by case, right? Obviously, if it's raining outside, there's no need for a water truck. But if it's a July day, that water truck and that broom truck are going to run regularly throughout the day. There is no set schedule for it. You just look and take note of the yard, and we run it as needed.
Okay, so they just have a waterman, basically what I call them watermen, just run the truck back and forth.
That's correct.
And then the retention pond, it has no way to contaminate nearby water sources. Is that what I'm to understand as well?
I would defer to someone else on that, but yes, that water is contained on site. And again, I would let maybe Garrett here speak to that.
Would you mind repeating the question, please?
The retention pond that the gentleman just mentioned earlier, I asked, is there a way that it can contaminate the nearby water sources that, say it overflows, say whatever it may be?
Well, the typical wet retention pond that we would install is designed to capture stormwater runoff, detain it for a period of days to allow the total suspended solids and other particulates to settle out, and then release clean water at a slower rate, which is less than the pre-existing condition. So no, I wouldn't say that there would be any risk of contamination from the retention pond specifically.
Specifically, elaborate on that. There's a reason you say specifically. Please elaborate that for me, please.
Well, the other part of the conversation was around airborne particulates, and,
Okay.
and I just wanted to note that I'm not speaking on those.
Okay. Also, earlier when you were up, you mentioned about a 50-foot buffer. Can you elaborate what that consists of and keeps that particles from going into that water source?
There's a 50-foot riparian buffer required around waters of the state under various codes. So that's area that can't be impacted without mitigation or without other control measures to reduce any impacts downstream. I'm not able to speak to the level of fallout, if you want to call it that, or other particulates from the air. I'm not an expert in that.
What does that 50-foot barrier consist of to keep it from that? Can you walk me through that?
It's just an undisturbed area, so that you wouldn't go set an asphalt plant 5 feet away from a stream. There's a certain buffer depending on where you are, the geography, the type of stream. So it's an undisturbed buffer where you don't have any permanent structures.
Undisturbed trees? I mean, you have, what is it?
It's designed to be undisturbed, so whatever habitat is there now should remain.
So that 50-foot is supposed to keep that contaminant from going into that water, so it's just a barrier of trees maybe. That's what I'm to.
Yeah, if there's 50-foot trees there now, they should remain during the course of this project, during the full life cycle.
And that's going to keep that water source safe?
It would certainly help, yes.
No, the question is, that's going to keep that water source safe?
I think that's a definitive question. I can't say that those trees are going to keep a water source safe from all potential pollutants. It could be something that's dumped in the roadway that gets in that water source. But as it relates to this project and this special use permit, yes.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Baxter.
So I just have an ask for all witnesses, just for clarity and continuity in testimony. If you could just please refrain from observations if you're not a subject matter expert in that area. I'm taking a lot of notes, and I want to make sure that I capture everything properly. So I appreciate like little anecdotes about ducks, but just so that I'm making sure that I write everything down and capture things accurately, if we could just make sure that we just speak to what you're a subject matter expert in, please.
Thank you for that. I would like to note that Mr. Hill can speak factually to the operations of the facility. So that's his role here. He's not one of our expert witnesses.
Also, just each witness who comes
Heitzman.
up to the microphone, if they could state their name.
Absolutely,
Since we're sort of shifting between witnesses, it would be helpful for the record.
That was Mike Heitzman from Sunrock who made the statement about the ducks. He is not one of our expert witnesses. He can speak factually about the operations of the facility.
Oh, okay, so he's just speaking about operations and he's not an expert witness. Okay,
By the facts.
all right, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
This is going to be for our planner, if I could, Matt, please.
I don't. Yeah.
Or can I bring Matt back up?
Yeah, he's an expert witness.
Yeah.
He's sworn. Director Lowry, if you could explain to me what a riparian buffer is, that would be greatly appreciated.
Excuse me, a riparian buffer is undisturbed area around a stream.
What does it consist of? I didn't get a good.
It's vegetation, undisturbed vegetation that naturally grows around a stream.
Total vegetation. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Rolla.
Can you bring up a map, please? An aerial map of the site now so that we can see what the riparian buffer looks like. Is the site cleared now, or is it there's trees? What does it look like? So we can see the site.
See through there.
Is there a lot? Are you looking for a live,
correct,
like aerial Google Earth type?
Yes.
Have it toward the end of the presentation. It'll take just a moment.
That's fine.
Is that what you're looking for?
Yes, thank you.
Sure.
Is there a question, Mayor Pro Tem, or you just wanted to see?
No, I just wanted to see what it was. That's what we wanted to see. That's all.
Okay.
It's just what it was.
Good.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Commissioner Baxter?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Commissioner Adams? Commissioner Davis?
No questions.
Commissioner Rolla?
For the gentleman that works in the operations, what do the people that work inside of this area, what do they wear? Do they have to wear a mask? Do they wear an outfit? Do they just?
Personal protective equipment that is required within the area is safety glasses, hard hats, steel-toe boots. That's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No further questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from other parties? Here you are.
Gary Reuter, was that you? Can you just speak?
Could you please speak directly into, or you
Was
could-
that Gary Reuter, I think? Was it Gary? Didn't you just speak about the retention pond?
Garrett Otten. And that's Otten.
And you're Rivers Ravenel?
Yes, sir.
So sorry, apologize. To the overhead sketch there, please. Back just a couple more, please. There was like a sketch of the proposed layout of the lot. Down here on the bottom, can we say the bottom? Would that be all right with you? Correct. Okay, and you said there's not going to be any work on the other side of the railroad track. Correct. There's a stream over here on the east side. There's another body of water on the other side of the railroad track. Where's your retention pond?
Retention pond, not sure if we can zoom in, but they're labeled SCM.
To the left, I mean, just behind it.
So this is one of the proposed retention ponds here, and then there's one on this side as well.
So they would be outside the riparian buffer of the stream, but one of them would be almost a butt to it, correct?
Yes, that's just common practice.
All right. Was there not a hurricane in 1999 in which that whole section of highway was so full of water we had to have the armored guard folks come in and take their trucks going back and forth to get the kids out of the school, East Wake Academy?
Can't confirm that. I didn't live here in 1999.
Okay. But if there had been, just by looking at it, all that right there would have been flooded, correct?
I'm sure it's hypothetical.
If he's an expert, he can give his opinion.
He said he wasn't here in 1999. So if you're asking questions about
Ask for his opinion.
you're relevant.
I think he can ask a hypothetical question, and if you have an answer, great. If not,
Speculate.
Okay, I'm good with that. All right, let's go back to Mr. Zelda. Stephen Zelda? It's, and in all due respect, I'll do anything you can to get your name right. I only hear out of one ear, I do the best I can. You had a chart, back up here to your beginning, you had a chart with, from 1968, I believe, right there.
That's correct. Yes.
1968. And our units here are pounds per ton of product. Is that correct?
That is correct.
1968, automobiles did not have catalytic converters, did they?
Right, this is only for hot mix asphalt plant, not for.
Well, we'll get there in a minute, but you would agree that automobiles did not have catalytic converters?
Correct. It was came in the 70s, I think.
And almost 100% ran on carburetors unless you bought a Corvette with fuel injection or something?
Yep, and those cars emitted a lot of pollution.
One screen if we can. Let's go one more. Okay, you're comparing this hot mix asphalt plant to auto exhaust, are you not?
For comparison purposes, yes, for the purpose of pointing out that any combustion source is going to have some level of pollution in its exhaust.
True that there's nothing on this screen that has a date on it?
I think if you go to some of those references, you will see dates and
Going to the references, sir, I'm asking on that screen, is there a date?
the date on that column, no. But I can tell you from going through the literature that the first ones that I found were actually for cars in Indonesia that don't have the catalytic converter controls on them, and they had much, much higher levels in them, which would have been consistent with what we were talking about in the 60s.
In our units here, I see, what are our units here?
Percentage.
Percentages.
So do you think of parts per billion or volume per volume? So if there are 1 million molecules of air, 780,100 of those molecules would be nitrogen.
So nitrogen being roughly 78% of the air. What are VOCs?
Those are volatile organic compounds.
You smell like if you're putting gas in your car, you smell the VOCs that would be escaping?
I would think a lot of those are VOCs. Yes, they're volatile, and some of them are aromatic and basically smellable, odorous.
You're saying that on the hot mix asphalt plant in this graph, the VOC percentage is a 0.004%. Is that correct?
Correct.
So no matter what we smell as a layperson going by an asphalt plant or behind an asphalt truck who's delivering asphalt, that is only a 0.0 or 0.004% of the VOCs?
Yes, that would be the case.
Okay, let's go to the next screen. All right, on this screen, the one behind it, we have several different elements. We have nickel, cadmium, hydrochloride, I guess, hydrochlorate, arsenic. Now it says NC standard. Is that the maximum allowable?
That would be the allowable ambient limit. Yes, those would be the numbers in permitting you compare to, and if you're lower than those levels, it's acceptable.
That's not the background, that's just the maximum allowable.
Yes, those are the maximum allowable levels.
Okay, let's go to the next screen. Same way there, maximum allowable for formaldehyde and benzene? Yes. Let's go to the next screen, please. All right, explain to me, so formaldehyde, what is background?
Background is the air you're breathing right now. EPA has done a study. These come from an EPA study of air toxics modeling.
Carolina study, or is that a urban study or rural study, or what?
A federal study.
So do we know if it's an average, if it's a mean, mode?
It's done nationwide. It's an average level over time. It would be an annual average value. And it's done based on every census tract. So what these values represent are the nearest census tract to this project.
So when I asked before, average can be the three different M's, correct?
Can you say that again?
Average, when you use the word average, like the average height of people in the room, or the average weight of people in the room, the average of the air background could be the mode, in other words, the highest number of that particular background. It could be a mean, it could be all the backgrounds weighted together and averaged out like we would normally think of it.
Yes.
And there's other ways to find an average, correct?
Right. You can define average in various ways. In this context, it's the mean level.
Okay. You just know that by looking at it. You don't mean you didn't.
It's based on a modeling study, just like the one that Mr. Hill did. And what it takes is hourly measurements and it averages them all together at the end. So it becomes the arithmetic average.
So this facility impact, does that go on top of the background and add to the background, or does that get absorbed into the background?
It would actually add on top of it.
So instead of saying this is one part and this is another part, this is actually one part of the other part, and it adds up on top of that. So this 1.6 would go theoretically to 1.8. Is that correct on formaldehyde?
Is correct, and that would be at the worst case point. Now, if you average Mr. Hill's modeled estimates over a larger spatial period, like the whole census tract, that number would go down considerably on the incremental impact. This is the worst case.
It's your choice. It doesn't say worst case, it just says background.
Facility impact, I was not clear on that, but it does define the highest concentration.
Do you see anything on there that says worst case, or does it say facility impact?
The impact, but for a modeler, the typical thing is that you present the worst case, and that's what that is.
Screen, please.
Last one.
Was that your last screen? Somewhere in there we had some dry cubic foot.
I think that was back a ways.
Okay.
No, sorry.
What I think, go forward from there, right?
Yes, this is the stack test.
Pounds per hour. All right, keep going to one more time. I think that's it. That's it. 0.04 grains dry per cubic foot.
Yeah, back that up again.
Per dry cubic foot, right? Dry.
We can't stop on this one. That's.
But it's been one of them days. I spent 4 hours in a funeral, I understand. Emissions 2% of a 0.04 grains per dry cubic foot. Is that grains as we would think, say, of grains of gunpowder, which you'd be loading a rifle, small English measurement?
Yeah, it's an old, antiquated English unit. It goes back to grains of sand probably, but there's a definition of it that there are 7,000 grains in a pound.
For those of us that had a real short haircut one time, a 5.56 may be a 55 grain round.
5.56, I'm not.
Rifle charge. If you'd been in the military and you had to shoot a M16, it would be a 55 grain bullet. That'd be the weight we're talking about.
Yep, it is the unit of mass.
Dry cubic foot. A 1 ton air conditioner moves 400 cubic feet, does it not?
Yeah, the literature on volume flow distinguishes dry from basically wet, or
believe.
And you simply take out the water vapor percentage to get the dry part. And the reason they do that is because the measurement technique takes the water vapor out of it. And so what they're actually measuring in the measurements is dry cubic feet.
And dry cubic feet, a 3 ton air conditioner would be 1,200 cubic feet, would it not?
I don't know that.
Well, how many cubic feet would a robotic assembly plant run through? Do you have any idea? Have you studied the plant beside the location that you're proposing?
No, I don't know what the number of cubic feet per time would be in this case, which is I think what you're asking. But that does come out in the emission rates that are calculated by Mr. Hill in the emission factors.
Emission rates, just 1 second, if you don't mind. You compare it to a car, an automobile, and it was a 0.004, I think, and a 0.004 similar to right there, between the auto exhaust and the hot mix asphalt plant. Which has a bigger exhaust pipe, a car or an asphalt plant?
Obviously, the asphalt plant has more flow and a bigger exhaust pipe.
So that's a whole lot more of those DCMs.
In one car, but you got a lot of cars on the highway.
Like we said, auto exhaust. All right. What is CERCLA?
Comprehensive Environmental Resource something or other, but it's a Superfund law.
And the Superfund law, if an environment is messed up, in other words, if there's pollutants in the environment, what is the level that has to be cleaned back?
It depends on the type of contaminant that you're talking about, but I think probably what you're referring to is the allowable cancer risk range, which would be the 1 to 100 in a million.
1 to 100 million.
1 to 100 in a million.
Basically, it's got to be gone. Whatever's been in there. If it's mercury, it's got to be gone, correct?
No, you're allowed to leave contaminants in place at a Superfund site. They just have to be below the significant risk levels.
Site. Also, if somebody was to buy that property down the road and it was contaminated, they would inherit that contamination and would have to clean it up, joint and liable, right? Joint and several?
Joint and several liability.
Joint and several liability.
That's your area more than mine, but you're right. Yes, there can be multiple responsible parties.
Engineer before I was a lawyer, it's okay. So whoever inherits this site down the road, if there was a disaster, if there was a leak, if there was a problem, it would have to be cleaned up by that person who bought the land.
Leave enough contamination in place. I can't think of a Superfund site that was a hot mix asphalt plant, ever.
All right. Right now.
Thank you.
I think the judge had a question. Retired Judge Abe Jones.
So long, you have to be sworn in.
Your last name is Zimba, is that right?
It's a Slavic name. The Pittsburgh region years ago.
Could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Abe Jones. I'm an attorney.
Thank you.
I believe there was some testimony about some elements that aren't shown on this chart, such as manganese, mercury, and carbon sulfide.
Yeah, that was a question for Mr. Hill, but I do recall it.
So your tests that were done on the Raleigh site, but obviously you didn't have any tests on this site because it's not operative yet, correct?
Well, this would be what the permit limits would be for this facility. That's where you run these modeling exercises. So these would be the expected emissions for this new plant.
So in your test on the Raleigh site, did you control for manganese and mercury and the carbon sulfide?
No, they don't measure specifically for those compounds. That would require a much more detailed test. But those components are part of particulate matter, so some of them would be there at much smaller levels as a fraction of the particulate matter.
For the workers there within the 200 feet, and is there any way to assure that they aren't consuming amounts of those chemicals that I mentioned?
Yeah, there are separate standards. We're not talking about them tonight, but the Occupational Safety and Health Administration has worker protection standards for dust.
Test you're using them from another site, not from this one.
Well, this is not ambient air. Ambient air is what we breathe. This is actual in the stack emissions themselves. So if you put your nose in the stack, that's what those concentrations would have been measured in.
Okay. All right. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Any Commissioner Rolla?
My question is for Mr. Otten. You designed the layout, correct?
Yes, I was part of the team that did the design and layout.
How much water do we need to have before the overflow, before the SEM ponds overflow into whatever area is around it?
Well, I want to be clear that for the purposes of this special use permit, we've submitted a concept plan, which is not a fully engineered design. That comes later in the design and permitting process. But in general, a wet detention pond would have somewhere from 2 to 4 feet of freeboard. So that's how much water you could put into it before it overflows its banks. But that doesn't specify a volume of water because it's based on the surface area of the pond as well. So it's hard to give you a good answer on that.
So we have a hurricane or something and there's over 4 feet of water that we get. Everything in there is flowing into that proposed runoff area.
Yeah, if we have a hurricane that produces that amount of water, then every detention pond in the county is overflowing its banks. That's a force of God.
I'm just asking you for this specific, that in your design.
Yeah, if this one would overflow and all of its neighbors would overflow as well.
Any other questions from the board? Mayor Pro Tem?
No question at this time, Mayor.
No questions.
No question.
Baxter? Good. All right. Thank you.
I'd like to invite Mr. Hill from Trinity Consulting back to the podium. Clear up a couple of points from that conversation. Initially, I'd like to talk about the significance of that 200 feet. We heard some speculation that the visible dust could travel 100 to 200 feet. I want to ask you, did that statement take into account the operational measures that we heard from our operations team?
So no, the number, this is John Hill again. The number that I mentioned earlier, 100 to 200 feet, is like a theoretical number that if the dust in the area was completely dry and the wind was strong, it could go up to that. It certainly represents a worst case. It's not something that would be expected at any particular time.
Okay, so I believe we've heard that distance would be inconsistent with the operational measures that you heard if they were taken, correct?
Exactly, yeah. Things like the watering truck or something like that is all aimed to suppress that.
Thank you. And one last question for you. The data that we saw about the potential emissions that were modeled, can you remind us, is that the typical expected emission?
So no, the modeling that you do in support, this is John Hill again, the modeling that you do in support of a permit application basically assumes that all of the sources that are operating in the facility are all operating at their maximum rates every hour out of the year. So that's a very conservative estimate of what actually happens in reality based on actual source operations. So modeling is really designed to capture the true worst case to make sure you are being protective of public health. So if you always got your worst case emissions pairing up with the worst case weather conditions that would lead to the highest possible downwind concentration, and as long as you can show that that combination of all those things is below the standard, that's when you can comfortably say there's no public health risk.
Thank you. One final question for Stephen Zemba. If you could return to the podium. I wanted to ask you, in your professional opinion, from an air quality specific perspective, would this proposed facility materially endanger the public health or safety in this location?
Steve Zemba again. No, in my opinion, there would be no significant health risk associated with the emissions from this plant.
Got a question, Ma'am? I have a question.
Our second.
One moment. Mayor Pro Tem has a question.
Sure, sorry.
For Mr. Hill, the gentleman just, not Mr. Hill, the gentleman that just spoke about Zimpa, Mr. Zimpa. In your answer, you give a very defensive answer. What are you basing it off of where you feel that, in your opinion, there's nothing there? What, just in your professional
The risk
opinion?
conclusion is based on the worst case modeling that Mr. Hill did, comparing to basically the levels that the state, DAQ, has determined would protect public health. So the worst case impacts are smaller than the levels that protect public health, therefore there would be no significant risk.
Commissioner Davis.
For your other facilities, what is the average hours of operation that they run?
Mike Heitzman. Typical hours of operation are 7 to 5. It is customer dependent. We will have some days where we work longer. We do have some contracts that must be done at night and can't be performed during the day, but standard operating hours are 7 to 5, Monday through Friday.
During those operating hours, you mentioned about the trucks. How often are those operating while your facility is open? The cleanup trucks, how often are they operating while your facility is open?
Which kind of trucks did you say?
You were talking earlier about the trucks, I believe, that run the water trucks. How often do those operate? Are they running through your facility plant?
Again, it's weather dependent outside. They can operate the entire shift, going from a water truck to a broom truck, or they could not need to operate at all that day if it's sprinkling rain. It is entirely weather dependent and as needed.
Thank you.
Any other question? Any other questions from the board? Good? Good.
So I promised you a roadmap earlier, and we remain in our top 6. We are still in standard number 1, public health and safety. And within that, we are moving on to our topic of the impact of site design and operations. And I'd like to invite Garrett Otten from Withers Ravenel back to the podium. Mr. Otten, can you tell us what this plan is?
Yes, this is the concept plan that was submitted as part of the SUP application package. I was part of the team at Withers and Ravenel who designed this plan.
You, using the laser pointer, can you show us the location of the vehicular access driveways on this plan?
Sure. There's 2 vehicular access driveways proposed, both along Old US 264. It's proposed as a one-way circulation. This driveway is enter-only. Vehicles circulate the site this way and exit at the other driveway here.
Thank you. Now, we have already heard from Mr. Heitzman that these driveways will not only be paved, but will also be maintained in a dust-free condition through the use of the water trucks. Mr. Heitzman, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
No, water truck, broom sweeper, and again, the curb and gutter system that is installed along the perimeter of this, where any dust that is on the roadway will either be washed into the curb and gutter system or swept with the broom away from the roadway.
Question?
Okay, please.
If we're leaving the buffer, which Mr. Otten, or, what's your name, sir? I'm sorry.
Mike Heitzman.
Heitzman. So if we're leaving the buffer, that means you're going to leave those undisturbed trees, 50 feet, 25 and 25, or is it 50 and 50?
50, I believe, correct, Eric?
50 and 50. So you have a plan to mitigate the dust on the ground, right, through the trucks. So what happens to the dust that coats these trees, these 50 and 100 feet of trees that are inside of this whole area here? Well, I can't see the map, but that are in there. When it rains, when it rains, I assume the water is going to take all the dust off those trees and take it to the ground, and then the water will then run into the streams. So, and then that stream runs into that bottom body of water. So do you have a plan to mitigate that?
Yeah, that's what the water truck is for, is to mitigate the ambient dust, keeping it from getting to those trees. If that dust is wet, it cannot get off the ground or leave the site. That's the reason that water truck, gentleman or lady, is employed for the 10, 12 hours a day, whatever, 8 hours a day that plant's operating. That is how we mitigate it from getting to the trees.
Okay. So you somehow, when it's emitted into the air, you wet it and it lands to the ground.
Doesn't get into the air. Once we start to see the ground drying out, where dust would start to get airborne again, the water truck comes back around. The goal is to keep the site wet, the dust on the ground, swept up so it never gets into the air.
Okay. Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
What is that trigger mechanism that now I need this water truck to take off and get to going? What is that measure? Is that by sight? Is it by like a measure? Oh, I see it's in the air. What measures are used?
Yeah, that's for the supervisor on site to see and note that we need to get a water truck out and running.
So it's basically just his opinion when he needs, as to what I'm to understand, it's basically when he deems it necessary. Supervisor deems it necessary.
That's correct, yes, sir.
What gives him that subject matter expert to say, okay, now I need this water truck? What is that measure? Is there something
You
that
can visibly see it. If you're starting to see any measure of dust getting up off the ground, you need the water truck running.
Okay, thank you.
No, we do have that approval condition on that topic as well. Mr. Otten, you've already confirmed for us that this is the concept plan for the site. How far will the equipment be located from each property boundary?
Based upon the concept plan submitted, the nearest that any equipment of the asphalt plant would be to any property line is 130 feet, and that's to the western property line. It's much further than 130 feet to all of the other property lines.
Mr. Hill, what would be the impact of those distances on air quality?
So for air quality, this is John Hill again. For air quality, distance, basically, as you move away from a source, the concentration associated with that source in the air decreases. So the further you are from the boundary, the lower the impact would be expected to be.
Sir?
So all of the pollutants, whether they're measured or non-measured toxins, can be found in some concentration in the air at some point. And so potentially it could mean that pollinators, specifically honeybees, that create a static charge when they fly could actually pull those toxins onto the hairs on their legs and potentially bring those toxins back to the hive and then find its way into a human food source. Correct?
I'm not an expert in that area, so I can't really comment on that.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Commissioner Davis.
You have this picture, this image up. What is the square footage of this facility? How large is this plant?
I don't know that answer. I don't know the square footage of the plant.
So my next question is, how many trucks, water trucks would be operating while this is open? Is it just one? And so would that truck be able to monitor all areas of this plant throughout the whole operation time?
Absolutely, easily. With the water trucks, they have spreader bars along the back and the front. So you're spraying water out the front and the back. That water truck could cover this site in 5 minutes. That water truck could cover this entire site.
So I want to make sure that it was ensuring that it was safety. So when you talk about dust particles getting in the air, keeping the ground wet, that it has the ability to keep this facility wet at all times?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Any other questions from the board?
One last question. I'm concerned. Just want to get a better understanding. The person, he or she that's driving this truck, they don't have a different set of standards because they're entering into that? They don't have a different set of standards that they have to follow per OSHA? The person that's driving this truck, that's pretty much...
No, sir, it's an enclosed cab. It's not an open cab truck. It would be an enclosed cab water truck.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Any other questions from other parties?
What happens if the truck doesn't run? If for some reason the truck breaks, the man's on strike or something, or if somebody goes down the road and says there's dust all over, what is their recourse to get that dust put back down?
Yeah, we have mobile mechanics that can come and service equipment, get that truck back up and running if the equipment were to go down.
I guess maybe I should be a little more specific. Who monitors this? Is it the company that's monitoring the dust level?
It's the supervisor on site. He monitors when any dust starts to get up, then you put a water truck out.
What is the recourse to a Zebulon citizen or somebody going down the road or to my client if he fails to do his job? Can he call the police? Does he call your lawyer? I mean, who does he call to get the dust down if the dust is not down?
You call the state and file a complaint.
Call who with the state?
The Air Quality Department, Department of Air Quality, DAQ.
Like Diener, is that what we call Division of Environmental and Natural Resources?
No, you call it Division of Air Quality.
Division of Air Quality.
That's correct.
Okay. Has anybody called the Division of Air Quality on your current?
Not that I'm aware of.
Your attorney has said several times, and you're with Sunrock, correct?
That's correct.
Your attorney has said several times about the asphalt approved location just down the road.
Correct.
There's not an asphalt plant there, is there?
That's correct. There is not an existing plant.
Okay, thank you.
I'll also just note for the record that a dusty condition on that roadway would also be a violation of the zoning requirements here. So that would be another enforcement avenue. Of air quality will address the site location. We've seen this slide previously as part of the general orientation, but to go into additional detail, Mr. Heitzman, can you please tell us about some of the uses in the surrounding area?
Sure. Mike Heitzman again. In addition to our existing concrete plant, there are a number of other existing and planned uses that are producing asphalt, machinery, and plastic products. Some examples you see on your screen here: Advanced Plastiform, Cardinal Civil Contracting does have the permit and the planned use of an asphalt plant, US Foods, Brooks Machine and Design, as well as Pine Glow Products, and into our south there you see, or south on the slide, the Little Creek Wastewater Treatment Plant. These are all industrial uses that are currently existing in this geographic area. I would also note that we're relatively far from downtown, as well as existing and planned residential neighborhoods, reducing any potential impacts from here.
Thank you, Mike and Garrett. We have now heard expert and factual witnesses.
Are there questions from the board?
I was trying to let Ms. Stewart finish what she was saying.
All right, that's fine.
No, you can finish what you were saying, and then I'll get the questions from the board.
So our testimony, the testimony that we've heard has described how regulation, permitting, and reporting, as well as site design, site operations, and the site's location will all work together to protect air quality in this area. Before moving on to the next standard, any questions?
Thank you, Commissioner Rolla.
Yeah, I just wanted to address the statement that he made where that it's not near any housing facility. Sydney Creek is less than 750 feet away from this site because in the list of people that were mailed out, right, Sydney Creek received letters letting them know that this site was here to attend the joint public hearing. And then here, Wake County owns a piece of property directly across on the other side to your lot there. So I just wanted to just clarify for the record that Sydney Creek is relatively close. There is a housing community very close to the site.
Thank you, Commissioner Rolla. Yeah. Any other questions, comments from the board? Okay. Ms. Stewart, please continue.
Sure. I just wanted to.
I'm sorry. What?
Could we advance the slides a little bit slower? I feel like they're going by super fast when we flip through them. Could you just slow it down a little bit? Whoever's advancing the slides.
No, I am. I was getting to one that's toward the end to respond here.
No, that's cool. It's just that, like, I don't want it to mess with me too much. And all of the, like, flashing lights, like, let's not do that today, please.
Thank you. All
Thank
right.
you.
So I think
Before you
this was-
proceed, I think I saw, do you have questions?
Back to the screen with all the, this is Alex again. Back to the screen with all the different labels.
I just want to point out I was responding to Mr. Rowe's distance.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Question.
I'm
Yes.
sorry. I thought you had finished and we're moving on.
No.
Yeah, if everybody would let me run the meeting, we'd be
That was
good.
my
I
mistake.
got you.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Stewart,
Sorry.
please continue.
Just for comparison, some of these facilities are much closer, and that's something that we can talk about later. But I think that was sort of where that was coming from, that in this location, it is not quite as tight as some of the others that they have. So just wanted to highlight that for you. While you ask your questions, I will slowly go back to where we were in the slide deck.
Thank you. I'm sorry, who is someone speaking? Because yeah.
For clarity, the edge of the property line south of
I'm sorry, for
Michael
1
Nolan,
second. Could you
sorry,
please
Michael
tell
Nolan.
us your name?
Michael Nolan. The reason there's a 750 feet is because of the property south of the railroad line. The plant itself, if you were to get out Google Earth, which I've done many times, I believe the number would be 2,500 feet from the nearest residential road and dwelling. So the distance, because of the notification, is because of that south property that's not being developed.
Mm-hmm.
But because of the location of the plant itself, you find that it's almost half a mile.
I just wanted to state that you have also less than 300 feet away from the front of this plant, a school, property identified for Wake County for a school. I don't know the name of the school, but I know that there's a school there, and that's why you guys sent them a letter, right? And that's less than 300 feet away. I think it's 150 feet away. But it's not in the diagram or anything.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Is that Little Creek Elementary you're talking?
Yeah.
Little
I think
Creek.
that might be the school.
Little Creek. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions.
We're backing up. I'll take it.
I advanced by many, many slides.
I'll just close my eyes. Go ahead.
Yeah, go faster. It's time to open our eyes.
Was he there?
It's something with a bunch of logos. There we go, right there. It wasn't Mr. Hill, it was Mr. Sunrock. Greg? Get your name right, I promise you I will. Mike. I'll remember that, Mike. Mike, of all those, from Erie Supply, Cardinal Contracting, right on down to U.S. Foods through the Mudcats, or what used to be the Mudcats, do any of those have a special use permit?
Cardinal Civil Contracting to your north there does have a special use permit, yes.
What's it for?
Asphalt plant.
And there's no asphalt plant there, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But nothing else?
I couldn't speak to what does or does not have a special use permit aside from that one.
The last slide we had, we're not going to scroll back to it right fast, but I saw it said industrial was 235 feet away, I believe you said, or was on that slide. When we had something, what was that, Ms. Stewart?
The presentation. Shall I go forward?
But when you say industrial was 230, is that light industrial? Is that my client's spot?
I'm not sure I could speak to what slide you're talking about, but if it's at the end of the presentation, we can address it then.
We'll pick it up later. You'll go back there.
Thank you. Ms. Stewart.
All right, so to remind us where we are within our top 6, our SUP standards, we are still in number 1, the public health and safety, and we have addressed air quality. We are moving on to traffic safety impacts. All right, so traffic safety, one moment. Too far ahead, one moment. Okay, so within traffic safety, similarly, this question raises 4 questions to be answered tonight as well. And those are how many trips are generated, where are they going, what are the uses along that route, and who is doing the driving. All of these pertain to the safety of the traffic impacts here. So to begin with trip generation, our traffic engineer, Reinald Stevenson of DRMP, has examined the proposed use as well as old US 264 and how it is operating. Reinald, could you please summarize the findings of your trip generation memorandum that is included in the board members' packets this evening?
Good evening again, Reinald Stevenson with DRMP. And as Molly mentioned, we did prepare a traffic study to look at really the questions that Molly put up on the slide, which is how many trips, where are they going, and what kind of trips are they. So this trip generation technical memorandum has, what you see on the screen here is the trip generation for anticipated for this facility. So there are, as we all know, there will be trucks that are coming to and from the facility as well as employees. And this table breaks down the anticipated vehicle trips that would be generated by this facility on a daily basis, as well as in the morning and afternoon peak hours, or what we would typically call rush hour. And so we looked at the trips, and you'll see there's 108 trips per day. That's over an entire day from this facility. And then you'll see in the morning rush hour, we're estimating 40 total trips, 8 in, 32 out. And then in the afternoon peak hour, rush hour period, we were anticipating a maximum of 44, 20 in and 24 out. And that is including trucks and employee vehicle trips. And what you can see is that old 264 in 2023 was carrying 3,500 trips per day, or vehicles per day. And I did check, NCDOT just released the 2024 numbers. If anybody has seen that, it's 3,600 vehicles per day. I think an important thing that I want to point out about that is I did look just to see how traffic has grown or changed on old 264 over the years. And it's very interesting to me, but the traffic on old 264 was actually slightly higher 20-something years ago than it is today. It was 3,800 trips per day. So the traffic along this particular roadway has not really changed. It's gone down a little bit, obviously with recession and COVID, and some of those times you see the traffic go down, but it has not been above 4,000 trips a day in over 20 years. So the traffic's remained pretty steady on this road for quite some time.
All right, the second traffic-related question is, where are these vehicles going? Can you tell us what this map shows?
Yeah, so this is a truck route map. So the trucks coming to and from this facility, we identified a primary route, which is shown in red, which would leave the site to and from towards the east on old 264, travel down to the intersection, make a left, and then they can access the freeway on 264. I'll mention this in a minute, but that distance in red for the primary route is about 2/3 to 3/4 of a mile, depending on which, if they're taking which ramp, they're taking. So they're well under a mile to the east. A secondary route, if it were needed, would be to travel down to the west on old 264 down to 97, and again have access to a freeway interchange. That distance is just over a mile. It's between a mile and a quarter to that interchange.
Thank you. So you've also addressed how far those trucks would need to go. So to address our third question about what uses are located along the route, we've already heard those uses. And I'll just emphasize that those did not include residential uses on that truck route. And finally, I can ask Mike Heitzman to answer our fourth traffic-related question as to who is driving to and from the site. Thank you, Ryan.
So as we heard from Rhino, we expect that 100 out of our 108 daily trips will be from commercial trucks to the site. These trucks will be there to pick up hot mix asphalt or deliver raw materials to the site. So those trucks will have commercially licensed drivers. The remainder of the trips would be employees coming to and from the site.
All right, so in summary, we've heard that traffic safety will be maximized here, as the proposed use would not significantly impact the operation of Old US 264. Trucks serving local sites will have the shortest possible path to the highway, and that path doesn't traverse residential areas. The vast majority of that new traffic would be by those holding a commercial driver's license. This brings us to our third topic under public health and safety, which is unauthorized access to the site. Garrett Otten, if you could...
Excuse me, Ms. Stewart.
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Baxter.
Before we move on, I've got some questions, please. Probably not for you, whoever did the TIA. All right, so on what page is the TIA located? Is it included in this documentation?
It's
Okay.
definitely in the packet. Mhm. I don't know what page.
Okay. All right, so talk to me about what time of day the TIA was performed. Was it you have both peak hours, non-peak hours, but I need to know if you have a game day hours and non-game day hours, because we do have a functional stadium that does increase the traffic quite significantly. And I need to understand a little bit about when those trips were studied.
Sure. Yeah, it's good questions. So I'll go back to this slide and maybe spend a little more time on it. The 108 that you see circled there is the total number of vehicles to and from the site over a day, an entire day. And then in the other two columns are typically what traffic studies evaluate, which is the heaviest traffic time. This is the time that any new development trips may have the most impact on the surrounding roadways. So it's typically morning rush hour, afternoon rush hour. So the trips associated with that are in the table there, and you'll see one of the things you'll notice is that in the morning there's fewer entering trips, more exiting trips. So there'll be vehicles that will basically be there loading up, and then they'll be exiting the site. More of them will be exiting in the morning than in the afternoon, than entering, I'm sorry, in the morning. Then the afternoon you can see is pretty balanced because trucks would come in, load up, and leave. And so the one thing I did want to point out about this is that the town has a standard for a full traffic impact analysis, and that sort of minimum threshold for trips is 50 trips in the peak hour. And you can see we're well below that, but we did the study, we wanted to do this study anyway to know and be able to explain what traffic is coming to and from the site. During other times of the day, if you kind of look and just do some of the math there, there will be traffic during the day, so it's not like it all happens in the morning or afternoon. But what we did was try to look at more of a worst case scenario in this and say more of them comes into AM and the PM than probably what's going to occur. But there will be traffic during the entire day. I think to address maybe your second question, which would deal with what happens on game days or those days, if there's a need, that's one of the reasons we identified a secondary route for this, is if there's a situation where trucks needed to adjust their route, we have identified a secondary route that they could traverse to access the freeway and avoid that area by the stadium, or if there's some kind of crash or something there is a secondary route. So we have identified a secondary route for trucks to be able to access the freeway, which is pretty unique for a site to have access to two different interchanges in relatively close proximity to the site.
Cool. But did you run any of the TIA during a game day?
Not necessarily. What I will say is that the traffic generated by the site will be the same, so we know what that would be. They would would and can very easily avoid the area by using the secondary route to access the freeway.
I'm hearing your words, but I'm not sure, like, have you been out there during a game day? Because my concern is this. It doesn't make any difference which route you take. There are left turns that are going to need to be made either exiting the facility or entering the facility, which is going to tie up traffic significantly during game day hours. Do you understand my question?
Yeah,
Okay.
I understand. You're saying it's going to be congested, obviously, with some traffic congestion during the game day times, because they're coming in or
Yeah, because
leaving.
it doesn't make any difference. If you use one route or the other, you're going to have to make either a left turn to go in or a left turn to go out.
Correct, yeah.
And during game days, that road is usually extremely congested.
One of the, I know games can be at different times, obviously, different times, but they're not all during the day or all at night, but a lot of evening games, as you heard Mike mention earlier, the facility's standard hours would end at 5 p.m. So I think a lot of evening games, there wouldn't be as much of a conflict there. So I think that's another important factor. And I know there are a lot of evening games. So not to say that they all are, but I think and I know obviously that there are other, what we showed too, and I've talked about, I've seen the slide several times, there are other similar uses along this road that have been operating for many years. And so I think having a secondary route, we do realize that is important, but it would certainly minimize any interference with game day if they are traveling the secondary route, during those times. And I know they have to make a left turn out, but that's, and as you can see on the table, the number of trips there is going to be relatively small. It's a relatively small number of trips that are coming to and from the site. And even if you take in the morning, we obviously wouldn't expect any game day interference, but in the afternoon, even if you take the 24 trips, just the way I like to think about it usually is how many trips is that per minute? And it's about roughly leaving the site would be roughly, one trip every 2 minutes, so it's not from traffic standards, it's not a very high traffic generator at all.
Are there any traffic mitigation solutions with the project resulting from the TIA?
What we know we have to do, is get a driveway permit from the NCDOT. And so when we go forward with that permit at that point, NCDOT will look and say, and have comments on how our driveway attaches, if there's certain radiuses or certain turn lanes, that kind of thing. They'll provide comments, at that time.
During technical review?
During technical review, during technical review and driveway permit. We can't legally access the site without a driveway permit from NCDOT. So they will be reviewing this very, very closely, and as you mentioned, through the technical review process.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Davis.
I just wanted to ensure that I missed the answer. Commissioner Baxter had a question too, which was the TIA performed during your peak hours, morning and evening peak hours?
Morning and afternoon peak hours. Okay. That's correct.
So the reason I'm asking that question, I want to ensure I'm understanding this chart correctly. When it says that there are more exits during the weekdays with the number of 32, if that's during peak hours, how is that not impacting traffic of residents who are trying to leave to go to work, and we have heavy trucks who are moving a lot slower?
Sure. Well, it's all relative to how many trips there is and how many trips are on the road. As you and kind of see it here, even just looking at the numbers that are circled there, there's 3,500, and I want to try to put it in perspective, 3,500 trips per day on old 264. as I mentioned previously, that hasn't really changed in over 20 years. And again, trying to put it in perspective on what is a lot of traffic. 3,500 cars a day is well under capacity for that road. That road can carry far more traffic than 3,500 cars a day. NCDOT, again, as a rule of thumb to try to help with perspective on it, NCDOT usually considers like 4,000 trips a day as sort of their criteria to consider if turn lanes are needed on the road. And I'm not telling you they're not going to require one here. I'm just saying that usually about 4,000 trips per day, DOT looks at that and says, okay, we need to start looking to see if there needs to be a turn lane on the road. So again, I think with that kind of in mind, it's a relatively low traffic roadway. There's relatively low traffic volumes on this road. And we are adding a very low, in terms of trip generation, very low number of trips. I would say there probably are very few uses that we ever study that generates fewer trips, than something like this, than this kind of site would generate. I know they're trucks, which is important, and we factored that in here. But in terms of the number of vehicles coming to and from the site, this is a very low traffic generator. And so, yes, there will be some trips added to the road, but it will be very minimal to the road, and I don't expect it to have a big impact at all on the way traffic moves out here. It's
So
just not enough traffic.
Are you saying that I'm trying to make sure I understand you correctly. With the continued development that would be to come in this area, are you saying that these numbers would still remain around this same average? Or what is the likelihood that this would change based upon the continuation of development in this area?
That's a good question. I think these trips are going to stay relatively similar. And as I said kind of earlier, I think these trips that we show in here in the morning and afternoon are actually a very high estimate. They're very high. But again, we don't want to, we're kind of looking, as you heard earlier, a lot of testimony. What we try to do is look at the worst case. We're trying to look at what's kind of the worst or the highest and really see if we have any real impact there. So that's what we're looking at. But I think these trips are going to stay pretty constant over time. And as I said, just looking back at historical data, the traffic on Old 264 is approximately the same or a little less than it was over 20 years ago. And it's been hovering right around this 3,000 trips a day, or a little over that, 3,000 to 3,500 trips a day for over 20 years. So, it may increase some, but history would tell us it is not a major road that has absorbed a lot of the traffic that other roads have in the area.
And I hear you say the word history. I'm just mainly concerned because we are no longer based upon the history of what Zebulon once was, but currently what we have and what is to come. So I just want to ensure that when we were talking about what we're looking at today versus history, that we also need to make sure that we are looking forward.
That's correct. And that's what this study is doing, is projecting forward. That's exactly right.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a quick question. I heard earlier, gentlemen spoke about the trucks will be running at night. What kind of volume is that going to consist? And then the hours of operation at night as well, please.
I can let Mike, what Mike was talking about is that the normal hours of operation on a typical day would end at 5. I think what he said, I'll let him correct me if I say this wrong, is that there may be situations or circumstances where they would need to run later. And I think he can talk about that a little bit more. But I would think that, again, the traffic impacts from that would not be more than what we're looking at here, in the heaviest hour of the day. So it would be somewhat less than that for sure in those evening hours. So what we're looking at here is kind of the highest times of the day that the facility may be generating traffic. These are the highest times. So, and I don't know if Mike wants to add anything to that, but the facility, there could be circumstances where it would need to run later, and there would be trucks, at that time, but it would be less than what's in this, in our table, because we're looking at the highest times.
Well, what he stated was, he said that some contracts required to work at night. What volume of contracts require that? And then, so that will give them a better understanding of the volume of traffic to expect at night. And then the hours of operation that you're doing.
Yeah, so anytime that we operate at night, that is the only time we would do that. It would be required by NCDOT. If we have a crew that is doing if they were to repave 264, that's going to have to be a night job, right? And that's a time-restricted job, meaning that the trucks can't get on the roadway typically until 9 p.m. and have to be off the road by 4 a.m. So that would be our hours of operation at night when we run at night, if required by DOT. As far as the volume of trucks on that, you typically don't see more than 15 trucks on a shift. That would be maybe 20 if they were a long way away, but typically 15 to 20 trucks is what you'll see in a shift running a night job. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Baxter.
I'm sorry, I know that you said that the TIA was included in our packet. I've just gone through mine like 4 times. Could you tell me what page it's on? Because I must be missing it. No. And I looked through another one of the packets just in case mine didn't have it, and I'm not seeing it.
The summary.
I'm so sorry?
My apologies. It may have just been the summary that was included.
I didn't even see the summary, so could you please make sure that we get that information?
I'm fairly certain it's in the staff report. I don't know if it's in a different, I'm pretty sure I saw it in the staff report.
Page, that'd be awesome.
Is that staff report? Yeah. What page is that? 41?
We have several.
Mine only goes to 37, so.
41 in this.
Neither packet goes to 41. I don't know what to tell you. I don't have it. So I'm just asking, can you get it to us, please? Can you get us from 37 to 41? Because apparently there's some data that we're missing.
It's from the staff report that's attached to the agenda packet that was published online.
So we don't have it here.
With the agenda packet? Is that what I'm hearing?
I was not given a packet to review right now, right here. No.
Okay, no, we did not have a handout of that packet tonight, but it would have been part of your agenda packet.
So can someone get that for me then, please?
Can I ask?
So, because
We are
normally,
going to actually take a 10-minute recess right now.
perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, are these not the same?
Oh, he's going to get the credit card. So Mayor Pro Tem, I'm about to. He just looked at me. Go, okay. Reconvene.
His recorder is not here.
I'm sorry.
His recorder, sorry.
1 second. We will wait for our clerk.
He's out front. I'll step again.
She hear me?
He's out front here.
I think it's the best thing ever.
Ready?
Doors, leave them unlocked until 10:30. People were having trouble getting back in, so we're good.
Okay, gotcha.
No, but I think it was good. Gotcha. Okay. All right, we are reconvened. The floor's, I'm not sure who has the floor.
Ronald Stevenson, I think we left off with maybe getting a copy of the study. Okay.
We
Okay.
do have that now. TIA. Commissioner Baxter, I think you had some questions about the TIA, or do you? Or you just wanted it?
Well, I need to have it so I can read it.
Sure.
But, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Do we have any other questions from the board? Commissioner Davis?
Just had one question, and I can maybe look at it here. There are two entrances that you stated, or I'm sorry, I can't remember the gentleman that stated it, that will be in and out. Does this TIA not require any road improvements or openings?
The TIA itself does not identify any. However, it doesn't mean there would not be any. That will be determined by NCDOT, and I'm sure town will have input during the like technical review and the driveway permit process that we have to go through with NCDOT. So I'm not telling you there's not going to be any, but there's nothing identified in here at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Good. Commissioner Roa?
Not right now.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No.
Davis?
No.
Commissioner Adams? Commissioner Baxter, you good? All right. Do we have any, are there any comments or questions from other parties?
Oh, why not?
Mr.
Stevens, we spoke out of camera. It was good to speak to you, sir. Just out of curiosity, Professor Now was a mutual professor with us, and it's good to hear he's still actually doing pretty well. But where'd you get this data? Professor Now, you say your conclusion's only as good as your data. Where'd you get the data?
The data is based on a few things. A lot of the traffic numbers that are out there is based on current NCDOT data. And then the trip generation data is tailored to this specific site based on lots of conversations with Mike and team as to number of employees, the hours of operation, all those kind of things that this particular facility would operate. So it's tailored towards that.
Your data came from the petitioners.
It was tailored towards that based on, yes, correct.
Do they really only have 4 employees that run this plant?
I'll let Mike talk about the specifics of it, but there would be employees that, well, I may just let Mike answer this, but there would be employees who.
Right here, is that what we're to understand? There's only 4 employees that come in the morning and 4 employees that leave in the afternoon?
Yes, there's 4 employee trips in the morning, 4 employee trips in the afternoon. There could be like a shift or another set of people who come during maybe the middle of the day.
Well, your
They come
daily
and go,
traffic right there, it says 8, right?
Yeah, there's 4, the plant would operate with either 3 or 4 employees. I'll just say that, 3 to 4 employees. Anything more detailed than that, I'll let Mike answer that.
So that was data you give. Did they give you anything data on the grade?
On the what, I'm sorry?
Grade of the road, sir.
The grade of 264?
Yes, sir.
What about it specifically?
Observed anything, or did they give you any information on the grade of the road?
No, they in NCDOT would have that information. I didn't specifically call that out in here in this study.
Do you have any information on the size of the trucks?
They would be, and again, I'll let the team say if I say this incorrectly, but it'll be what we would call a standard kind of dump truck type size vehicle. But I'll defer to them.
And if we need to speak to them, we will. But I'm just asking, what were you given? Were you given a size of truck?
Obviously Sunrock operates a number of facilities, as you heard, in and around. So there's pretty specific information in terms of what types of vehicles come in and out of facilities.
And I appreciate it, Mr. Stevenson, and I'm trying to put you on the spot here. But what I'm asking you is, were you given any specific size or type of truck that was to be used in this facility to generate your numbers?
We were given and talked through with the team at length on how the facility operates, where are the trucks, what kind of trucks, when do we anticipate them coming, all those kind of things that go into this. We did talk about that at length.
All I asked were what kind of trucks. You were told what kind of trucks come in and out?
I know we discussed the types of trucks that would come in and out of the facility. Most of them for traffic study purposes, we would call them a heavy truck or heavy vehicle. And so it would be heavy trucks is what we would call it. Customer trucks or the delivery trucks. We would classify as heavy trucks.
An 18-wheeler, tractor and trailer, something like that.
We were looking at mostly for heavy truck purposes for traffic. A dump truck, an 18-wheeler are considered heavy trucks. Heavy trucks.
All right. So what we're saying is that you have 24 heavy trucks leaving in the morning, but only 3 showing up, bringing in material.
Now keep in mind, what we look at is a 1-hour period. So in the morning, what we're saying is that it's not going to be as balanced as the afternoon, where you have people coming in and leaving at within the same hour. In the morning, it's going to be skewed a little more towards trucks leaving the site and coming in, early in the morning. Because this is looking at a typical kind of morning rush hour period, what we would call rush hour, but.
So 24 trucks, that's almost a truck every 2 minutes that's being filled up and leaving, correct?
Yes, that's what that would imply, yes.
1 hour, you're saying you have 21 trucks sitting there on the driveway waiting to be filled up?
That's in a 1-hour period. In a 1-hour period, there would be more trucks leaving in the morning, and I can let, again, Mike talk about specifics because I don't want to say anything that's not exactly right, but in the morning, heaviest hour, there would be more trucks exiting the facility than coming into the facility, just by the nature of them having to get loaded up and then leaving, exiting.
I understand what you're saying, that there's more trucks, there's less trucks.
Sure.
What I'm trying to figure out, based on you, Mr. Stevenson, how did you come to the conclusion that 24 trucks an hour were leaving? I mean, that's filling up a truck almost every 2 minutes full of asphalt, and only 3 trucks are coming in.
That's correct.
And how did you get that information?
Again, we have to have extensive conversations with the team as to how the facility operates, like you said, the trucks, when they're coming in, how many employees, all those kind of things to understand a little better about tailoring the traffic numbers to this particular facility. So yeah, it is based on conversations with the Sunrock team, for sure.
When was this traffic study done?
The date on it is February 9th of this year.
That was after the Tractor Supply was open, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. But it's before they're going to build the school across the road.
Correct.
So how much traffic do you expect the school across the road to add to this 3,500 vehicle number you have here?
I mean, honestly, that's not as relevant to this. I don't know. I don't know exactly what kind of school they're going to build there and how many students.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but you're not going to have an asphalt plant shut down just because the school opened up across the road, are you? Has anybody told you that?
Not sure what you're asking or saying.
Is the asphalt traffic plan taking into account future growth? We are in one of the top growth regions in the United States. Has it taken into account future growth?
I think it is certainly the demand and need for the facility, I would say, does imply that there's some growth in the area that would need this type of facility. So that's why the facility is being.
Well, I don't think I don't think my question is whether or not there's growth in the facility. I think everybody in this room knows there's growth in the facility. We're one of the fastest growing regions in the country. In fact, somebody with my accent that would normally be found to be common is uncommon now. So the question I would say is, have you, in your computation of this data, taken in any consideration of future growth, as in the future school, a future shopping center, the future housing development that's across the road with the unfinished roads that just kind of go out into nothing, as we say, the bridge to nowhere? That will eventually fill in. We're going to come up with another baseball team. You said it was done in February when we didn't have a baseball team. Have you taken into concern of that extra growth? And if you did, what would you say?
What I would say is the traffic from this particular facility is going to remain the same no matter how much growth happens around, in the area. This traffic's going to be the same. And what typically happens is when a development such as Wake County Schools, subdivision, whatever development may occur in the area, they are typically required to do their same traffic study to look at their impacts, on the area, which is what we've done here. And our trips, have been identified, and we are clearly calling out that there's more than sufficient capacity on the surrounding roads to handle our traffic. Any future development that comes in, they typically are required to do their study, traffic study, to determine what their impacts are on the surrounding roads. And I would expect that to occur for future development.
So you said you did your study in February. Where did you get the data for the 3,500 vehicles a day in February?
That was based on the most recent that was available at the time from NCDOT.
Okay, so did you actually go out there with like the little whammies and measure the cars coming by, or is that something you looked in a book?
What NCDOT does, and the reason we use NCDOT's data is they take data routinely and normalize that data to determine what the average daily traffic is on the road. So they do a lot of this data collection and statistical analysis on it. So we use their numbers instead of us laying like you said, a road tube or whatever you call it.
We used to call them whammies.
The little whammies. Instead of laying the little whammies across the road and getting a snapshot at it, DOT has a very calculated number, so we use their number.
And you said you got this information in February?
That's correct. Their most recent number is now available.
I interrupt you, I'm sorry.
I said their most recent number is for 2024 is 3,600 vehicles per day. 2024. Mm-hmm.
Do you know what month that was?
That is normalized for what they call an annual average daily traffic. So that would be sort of an average number of cars that would be on that road over a day.
There we're going using that average word again, the mean or the mode or the,
Yep.
you know.
Yep.
Do we know which one they use, or is it just we're going to say average?
We're going to say average.
Okay, and you didn't generate that numbers?
I didn't. The NCDOT maintains that data.
February is when you did this traffic study. And I might understand we were not playing baseball in February, were we?
That's correct.
And I understand in February, the academy up there was actually tracked out, was it not?
So what we're using for traffic on old 264, old US 264 is, as I was saying earlier, is the average annual daily traffic. So it would be for what you would call, I would sort of say a typical day on that road. That's the number of cars that would be on that road. So it would include things like school days and things of that nature.
I mean to wear the board out. I'm going to be as quick as I can. So you don't, I think you said you didn't really know the grade of the road, that wasn't taken into account of your traffic study. Is that correct?
I didn't call it out. Yeah, I didn't call it out.
Would it surprise you to know that it's an uphill grade from both ways of that creek that crossed the bottom there?
I would expect it to be from typically it is from a creek. Yep. Typically it is a little bit uphill. Yep.
Runs downhill, trucks have to power up, go another way, don't they? Okay. I also noticed on your map, go to the next map if you would, please. On that map here, both of these are coming out of the entrance or exit driveway?
That's the exit driveway. If you talk about where they are, the lines are. And it's approximate, it may not be exact. It's hard for me to see it exactly, but
and
yeah. The purpose of this is to illustrate that the primary truck route will be to the east to access the freeway, and the secondary route would be to the west.
So what I understand here, if you take the red route, you run up to the Mudcat Stadium right there where the foods place is, and then you break left on that stoplight, correct? That's correct. And I think we should call that acute angle. Is that an acute angle?
It is an angle. Yeah.
Very tight angle, I think. And then when I get to the other side of the bridge, it looks to me like they're headed back west. Would most of these trucks be headed west?
Well, it really depends on the job or job site where they're going to, where the customer.
Traffic study. Did the data they gave you say you're going to the west or the east?
The traffic number, the traffic from this site will and can vary in terms of what direction it goes depending on the particular job. And as we heard Mike say earlier, if there's a particular job they're going to, you may have more traffic going to the east or more to the west, depending on what job site they may be going to at that particular time.
Stevenson, that is the most political answer I've heard all night. But I ask you once again, do you have any information of whether more asphalt will be delivered west on 264 or east on 264?
The truck's primary route is going to be to and from the east of the site to the freeway, and then they could get on the freeway and go west or east from there. So we expect that to be the primary route that they'll take.
Maybe make sure we're all on the same page. On that freeway, are these trucks headed towards Raleigh and towards Rocky Mount, or are they headed to Wilson?
Go either way.
I understand that, but I'm asking you, do you know where the most trucks are going?
It will be either direction depending on the job site, the job that they're going to.
Do I understand you don't know?
West or east. Correct.
You don't know.
It depends on the job site. The one thing I'll tell you about this, if we're trying to get at things like impact, is when they can get on a freeway, this is actually an ideal location for a site for this type of use. We've got trucks that are on a roadway that has very good proximity to a freeway, and as we said earlier, they're not going through heavily residential traffic areas. you have access to 2 freeway interchanges, which is just incredible access for a facility like this that gives the facility flexibility in the event of some kind of special event or something that may cause them not to go east on the primary route. This is very ideally located. It's located on a road that is well under capacity and has not, traffic on the road has not changed in over 20 years.
And
This
that
is an ideal
information,
location.
from what I understand, was not gained for you primarily. It was gained from a website about NCDOT, correct?
What's the question?
You just gave us this wonderful diatribe about the vehicles being the best, the best site we can have getting trucks on the road up there on the freeway. So my question is, sir, did you just look at a website or did you generate that by yourself?
Let's keep it to questions instead.
Okay. Have you ever personally traveled on that road up there at Walmart at 8 o'clock in the morning?
I don't recall if it's 8 o'clock, but I've definitely been on the road for sure.
Okay. And have you
Absolutely.
traveled down here on 39?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, I have.
No more questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis?
Yes. Does your traffic impact analysis include the probability of wear and tear on the roadways?
It doesn't necessarily try to quantify that, but it is the way we get it. That is, it is on a road. It is on a road that is designed and paved to handle this type of traffic. So this road, Old 264, and NC 97, 39, and 264 are designed to carry this type of traffic, truck traffic, heavy truck traffic.
How do we know that that's accurate information? If I heard you state earlier that we don't know the size, the average size of each truck. So how do we know? Where are you getting that information from?
Yeah, the roadway is the NCDOT has a sort of a standard pavement design that they would use for roadways such as this, and that particular road is well under capacity for number of vehicles on it, and there are trucks already on the road. So it is definitely designed and able to carry the truck traffic. It's not, the road is, I hate to use the word underutilized, but it's certainly under capacity for what the road can carry. And if there are roads that have inadequate pavement design or structure to carry trucks, they'll be posted, no trucks. They have to post those roads with signs that says no truck traffic, because the pavement structure would not be sufficient enough to carry them. Over time, it would wear down the road, but this road is not one of those facilities. It is designed to carry it.
So when you say over time, do we know the specific time frame of that? Being that this asphalt company will have multiple trucks going, so are we basing that upon what 39 can handle currently?
I think I'm answering this correctly, saying yes. What it can handle, yes. The roads can certainly handle the traffic from this facility today, for sure.
In your analysis, did it look into that? Is your traffic impact analysis guaranteed on that?
It definitely can handle the traffic. I think
But what about the wear and tear? Not just the traffic, but the wear and tear.
It can handle the wear and tear of this site. It's, again, a high percentage of the traffic is trucks, coming to and from here, for sure. It's still, by a measure of number of trips, it's still pretty low. It's still a pretty low number of vehicle trips. It just happens to be that a high percentage of those are trucks, but it is still a low number of vehicles coming from the site, and the roadways can handle the traffic.
And if there is wear and tear, Who's responsible? Is that still DOT?
It would be NCDOT, correct. So the other thing, and I apologize, I meant to have this part of my answer, but NCDOT, again, is part of the driveway permit process. When they have to review our driveway and give us the permit to access the road, they will, they'll be looking at things like that too. And if they think that the road pavement's not adequate, needs to be repaved or something like that needs to happen, they will identify that as part of the driveway permit process. So they're still going to look at this even closer before they issue us a permit for access.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis? Mayor Pro Tem? Oh, everybody. I'm Mayor Pro Tem, then Commissioner Davis. I'm Baxter, then Commissioner Rolle.
I'm not sure if you can answer this or not, but you mentioned earlier, just to get a better understanding of the volume of traffic from the employees, you said it's basically 3 to 4 employees that operate the facility. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm to understand that one person will be running the water truck, one will be the supervisor. So basically 2 people are operating that facility. Is that what I'm to understand?
I'll let Mike kind of talk about the details of it.
Thank you.
Yeah, so
State your name and your company when you come to the podium, please. I know
Sure.
you come a lot, but thank you.
Sure, no problem. My apologies. Mike Heisman, Sunrock Industries. To answer your question, yes. So 4 team members are typically what run a site. You will have a plant supervisor who is running the plant, a loader operator who is filling the bins, your water truck or ground man utility, and then typically a QC guy if you have DOT work going out of it. But to run the facility, it only requires the loader operator, the ground man, water truck, and the plant supervisor.
Okay, thank you.
Baxter?
Excellent.
Yes, if we could go back to the trip generation summary slide, I'd just like some clarification.
Sure.
And I think that this might actually have been the question that was perhaps being asked, but maybe not, so I'm going to ask it. And that is, are customer trucks going to be housed on site overnight? Is that why there is the discrepancy between the trucks that are entering in the morning and exiting in the morning? Because we have 3 entering, 24 exiting, and then we have 15 and 15 in the evening. So I just want to make sure that I am understanding correctly just how many trucks are coming and going, because for right now the math's not mathin'.
Yep. Yeah, I think so. In the mornings, again, and again, if I say something wrong, Mike can correct me. In the morning, again, the facility, the AM peak hour is typically the morning kind of rush hour period, right? So the plant's kind of just getting going, just going there. So it will take a little longer to get those vehicles. So if a vehicle necessarily comes in at one time, they may not be able to leave in the same hour in the morning. As like the afternoon, there would be more traffic could kind of come in and get loaded and leave in the afternoon. So they kind of come and go roughly in the same kind of period, more so than they could in the morning. In the morning, it takes a little long. That whole operation will be a little bit different. So they may not come in and leave in the same hour, because that operation will be a little bit different in the morning than it is in the afternoon in terms of how quickly all that moves and occurs, is why there's a little bit of an imbalance there.
Okay, so just help me understand that we've got 57 vehicles that are entering during the peak traffic hours, but with a total daily vehicles. So again, help me with the math. I realize that if we were just talking about the vehicles that were there throughout the entire day, you're saying it's 70, and some of the vehicles might be coming and going during non-peak
Correct.
hours. Okay.
Right. Correct. So those numbers in the AM and PM will not add up to be the daily number. Because there's other traffic that happens, throughout the day as well.
So, and so it's just vehicles per hour. So I mean, like if the peak.
Yeah, the peak.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it would be what we're trying to look at with the traffic studies typically is what's the heaviest hour of the day, for morning and then afternoon. So sometimes the trips in the morning and afternoon, like I said, they may not balance as evenly because the morning operation may be a little bit different than the afternoon, and that's kind of true with most developments that we work on and generate traffic for. Like say a subdivision, you would have a lot more people leaving in the morning, and then in the morning hour, peak hour, and then in the afternoon you would have a lot higher coming in and a lot fewer of them going out. So it just depends on the use and when the heaviest hour occurs.
So you're anticipating most vehicles to be arriving prior to the morning peak hour for this facility. All right. Okay.
Correct.
Cool.
Yep.
Thank you. Thanks for clearing that up.
Sorry.
Commissioner Roa?
Yeah. Mr. Stevenson, why didn't you lay the wire across to get up-to-date numbers for the traffic?
The reason we didn't do that is because if we laid, and actually it's a little rubber tube or a little rubber hose, if you will, is what when you see that's what that is. The reason we didn't do that is that DOT's data is normalized for all weekdays over a whole year, period. So if we go out there and lay it out, we're getting it for a couple of days or a week or, some finite period of time. And NCDOT has data at pretty much the same spot that is normalized for every day of the year, if that makes sense. So we're sort of getting their data has the whole year sort of factored in. Whereas if we go and lay it out, it's for 1 day or 2 days or 3 days. And if we do what NCDOT did, we would basically get their same number, right? If we try to normalize it over a whole year, we would get their same number. So, and their numbers their traffic numbers are accurate, and utilized and accepted pretty much in all the studies we do across the state.
This number is from 2023.
Correct.
You expect the number from 2026 to be much higher?
I do not, and I will say that based on 2024 went to 3,600 trips or vehicles per day, and as I was saying earlier, I went back and just looked at the last 20-something years of data, and there's a little there's a little ebbs and flows up and down, but it's basically right in the same range of traffic.
Your opinion is that in 2026, the number is going to be 3,600 vehicles a day?
I would think that was a very reasonable estimate. I would think that would be a very reasonable estimate.
Can we get Director Lauer up here, please, for a second? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Some applications that we receive when they do the traffic impact study, they lay down the tube and they run it for a couple of weeks, and then they do the estimate when they're applying for a PD or anything like that.
There's a variety of ways it could be studied. Our standard is that a licensed engineer in the state of North Carolina has to be willing to seal it.
Okay, so it doesn't matter how they get the numbers, whether it's old data or a sample of 2 weeks?
If an engineer is willing to seal the data, our contracted traffic engineer is willing to look at it.
Okay, thank you. What is the approximate weight of the trucks once they're loaded with asphalt driving on the road? No, it's for you to, do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head. I might.
And did your traffic impact study take into consideration the impact on the Walmart commercial complex? If the trucks were to go to the left, how that would affect traffic, and on one of our most important commercial districts in Zebulon? That's just a yes or no.
I would say not specifically. I would say not specifically.
Did it take into future projections for the baseball stadium? Because not only do we have regular baseball, but we have collegiate sports being played there year-round, projected to, so it isn't a regular baseball season type of traffic. Did your traffic study account for that?
The way it accounts for it is basically sort of baked into this normalization of the daily traffic.
So this
on the road.
traffic number here doesn't account for the growth? You're saying that this traffic here accounts for our new stadium, 260 days of use, Walmart traffic, and the new school coming in, and the number's going to stay remotely around 3,600? Is that your...
That's not exactly what I said, but the...
you said the number would stay the same in 2026.
What will happen is future developments will do and should do their own traffic study to determine their impacts. So what we're looking at with our study is what is the impact that we have, in terms of the traffic from, this particular site on the surrounding roads. So that's what this study does. The future developments will and should do the same thing.
Thank you.
Commissioner Baxter.
Director Lauer, could you just give us maybe not an exact number, but like just an around number for the growth in town from 2024 to now?
Excuse me, 2024 to now, it's approximately 1,000, slightly under 1,000 COs for a residential unit. That includes single-family apartments, everything else.
Okay, so 1,000 COs. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Mayor Pro Tem
This time, Madam Mayor.
Davis.
No.
Adams.
No questions.
Commissioner Baxter.
Thank you so much. No, I don't have any more.
Commissioner Rowe.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
At this time, I want to take a pause and seek direction from the board on whether or not we want to continue or if we want to recess this meeting until another date and time.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to open the discussion up to the fellow board members that we discuss the option of recessing to a later date.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Attorney, could you please give us some direction here?
So we're currently in the
Please
middle.
speak into the mic, Dan.
Sorry, I'll lean way forward. So we're currently in the middle of a public hearing. If we recess that public hearing and set a new date, we don't need to reissue a notice. We just state a date that we're continuing this hearing to. I informed the parties that we may take a recess. I don't know if y'all have had a chance to consider what dates y'all might be available to reconvene.
Ms. Stewart, could you come to the podium? Do you all have a date in mind or a date or two in mind that the board can look at?
We have not yet had a chance to fully convene the whole team. We've gotten some key members. If we could take 2 minutes and discuss, that might be helpful.
We'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. For real. Your questions are very good. Thank you for your
I'm not sure.
detail.
Mr. Attorney?
I
or a date?
believe all of the parties are available on the 26th, starting at 6 o'clock, if the board is available at that time.
Board, Commissioner Baxter, sorry.
Yes, I'm available.
Commissioner Adams.
Yes, I am available.
Commissioner Davis.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am, excuse me. I heard him.
Commissioner Roa.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem.
At this moment, yes, ma'am.
I am also available. Will there be a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we recess this meeting until 5/26/26 at 6 p.m.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion.
Before we adjourn, can I just remind the board that while we are on break for this hearing, I'm sure, but I just, since we're still in a quasi judicial hearing, continue not to discuss the case with anyone, including each other or any potential witnesses or parties, and continue to just not look at it or talk about the case, and we'll reconvene and pick it back up.
And what about these material? Does the clerk need to collect this material?
If you can turn those in to the clerk, and we'll redistribute those at the next meeting.
With the notes?
Oh, you can keep your notes.
Okay. Is that good? Okay. We have a motion, we have a second, we've had discussion. Any further comments? Any more discussion we need to have? We have a motion and a second. Let's do a roll vote. Commissioner Roa.
Yes.
Commissioner Baxter. Commissioner Adams.
Yes.
Commissioner Davis. Mayor Pro Tem.
Favor.
Meeting is recessed.